And we are live, and we are here to talk about deadline day in the summer transfer window 2021. It has been a hell of a transfer window. It's been epic. Some say it's the best, some say it's the craziest, and I'm loving it. Even though my club not really signing a lot of players, but still, you know what I mean? It makes things a bit more exciting. You see what I'm saying? I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. So how's everybody doing today? Thanks for tuning in. We will be going through as many transfers as we can today and talk about all the deadline day deals, which would be pretty awesome. So let's get into this, man. Let's get into this. Right, got transfer marked here, the site I'll be using, so that we could actually look at all the transfers that happened today and you guys could see exactly what I'm looking at on the screen. So, look. How you doing, Jordan, man? Appreciate you coming through. So, big up to Jordan Hyman. How you feeling? You gotta at least check out most of these new ones and go back to the old ones as well. There's a lot of old ones to look at. So we're not just going to look at all the new ones and forget about the ones that happened very, very early in the transfer window. And we could also touch on a few rumors, man. You know what I'm saying? If you're watching a replay, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, man. We have Ralph Wiggum is saying, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I hope Man City slaughters PSG in the Champions League. I hate PSG so much, they're killing football. I thought people would think that Man City are killing football as well, man. Seeing that, you know, City spend a lot, PSG spend a lot. Pretty much. So, let me get this stream shared out. A lot of people are actually live right now. It's a big deadline day, so it's gonna be a hell of a stream, man. Gonna be trying to be here for about 3 hours or so. As long as we need to. Big up to Paloma, man. How are you doing? Need to get that actually shared out. But I can't find it. Right. All right, so let's take a look at these transfers, man. Let's take a look at some of these that has happened. And I'm just finding out about some of these. Like this one right here. Fulham loan Zambo Anguissa to Napoli. I just actually thought about Zambo Anguissa today because I was actually running through the Cameroonian international team. And I'm like, I can't believe Zambo Anguissa is actually going to be playing in the championship. It would have actually helped Fulham, but these players are on massive wages, man. I don't know the exact figures, but that usually happens when a Premier League team goes down into the championship. The players on big wages usually go out to better clubs, and whenever or if, let's say, that said Premier League team gets promoted, you could see that player come back, like in the case of Zambo Anguissa. He's now been at Fulham for about 3 seasons, and this would be his 4th season as a Fulham FC player. But twice in the Premier League, twice relegated. So Zambo Anguissa's journey at Fulham has not been a smooth one. So it reads, Fulham loans Zambo Anguissa to Napoli among most valuable deadline day deals. Guys, this is what we're going to be doing in today's episode. Or today's stream, we'll be going through these deals and going through as many of them as possible. Andre Frank, Zambo Anguissa, these Cameroonians have a lot of names, will not spend the new campaign with Fulham. After the championship leaders extended the contract with the Cameroonian until 2024, the Cottagers announced on deadline day that they have loaned out the defensive midfielder to Italian outfit Napoli until the end of the season. He is currently worth £22 million, So there's still a lot of value in Zambo Anguissa. And he was one of their best players in their last Premier League campaign, where he's a very good dribbler and solid player, but maybe not with the right team. Zambo Anguissa was signed from Olympique Marseille in 2018 for more than 22 million and already spent the 2019-20 campaign out on loan at Villarreal. Since then, the international established his career record market value at 25 million euros while being a regular starter for FC Fulham in their last Premier League season. Zambo Anguissa therefore ranks in the top 5 all of deadline day transfers announced so far. So there's been a lot of them. And we're going to be going through these transfer deadline day signings as well. You see down at the bottom here, there's some being featured. There's some of them being featured. So if we have this feature right here, might as well just look at it, because I'm pretty sure I might not run into some of these players. David Zimmer of Slavia Prague to Torino for 7.5 million euros. Well, 5.9, that's the fee. That was his value. Could just see that right there. Keita Balde, wow, he keeps moving all over the place though. From Monaco to Cagliari, from the series, from Ligue 1 to Syria. The fee is undisclosed right now. He's valued around 8 million euros. The Cameroonian, Senegalese international, pardon me, has been, let's say, a player that I've been waiting to blow up for a long time, and I don't think that has really happened. So hello to everybody in the stream, man. How are you doing, Thriller? It says big up, Dom, and the chat. What else we have here? Sam Tracy, PSG need to accept the 200 million for Kylian Mbappe. Monameli Mokesi. So we're really going to miss out on signing Nuno Mendes. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. That one was that's silly, man. I saw that one and I was like, wow. I can't believe Man City allowed Nuno Mendes to slip through. Mr. Gamer here is asking, Dom, one question. Do you think Liverpool would sign anyone? Well, we're going to find out today. We're really going to find out today. They are signing players, signing them up to new contracts. A lot of players have renewed their contracts at Liverpool, which is a good thing, to tie down your players to long-term contracts. Pretty good. Big up to Jersey Boy. How are you doing, Jersey? Nice to see you, man. Nice to see you. Nice to see you around these parts. Sam Tracy, big up to Sam Tracy, Ralph Wiggum, everybody in here. Guys, make sure you smash the thumbs up button for the stream, man. We're going to be here for a while. The stream will be populated a little bit later as it goes along. I don't think the notifications got sent out because I've been dropping videos all day. So I think that's the main reason for, slow showing today. Jersey Boy is saying Liverpool won't sign anyone. Let's see if there's any outgoings. I think Divock Origi wants to go. But let's just continue taking a look at these deals here on deadline day in case we miss out on these deals. Marin Pongracic, Wolfsburg to Borussia Dortmund on loan. I remember Pongracic had a good season, not last season, the season before. So he's moving from Wolfsburg to Borussia Dortmund. That's a strange one in my opinion. But let's see how that one works out. Gonna keep it going. Reece Nelson of Arsenal on loan to Feyenoord. Thriller, bro, how do you feel about this? Arsenal keeps shipping out all these players, and I think some of these players would have actually helped Arsenal a lot more, man. Thriller is like, what is the actual deadline transfer? The 6 p.m. Eastern time? Yeah, I think so, man. I think so. So, Thriller, talk to me about Reece Nelson. I think he's a player that should have been kept. I remember when Arsenal beat Liverpool the season before last. I think it was after lockdown, if I'm not mistaken, or just before, whenever that happened. Reece played so good, and then he was just phased out the team. So I don't understand why he's being sent out on loan so many times. I feel bad for the young man. You know who I feel bad for? Eddie Nketiah. I feel bad for Reece Nelson, and I feel bad for Ainsley Maitland-Niles, man. These players Oh man, listen, Joe Willock, he must feel so he must be so happy that he has left Arsenal and gone to Newcastle, because even though the situation at Newcastle isn't much better than what's going on at Arsenal, it's still a better move right now, man. Seriously. Still a better move. So we're gonna keep this one going. Let us keep this one going, and let me see if I could let me see. No. All right, so let us keep this one going. We got a few more. Yassine Adli from Bordeaux to AC Milan. That's a big move. Highly rated youngster. 8 million euros. So Yassine Adli from Bordeaux to Milan. Let us see how that one works out. Don't have much more to say about the player. Don't know the player that well. Haven't been watching League On. Not even the highlights. So let me know your thoughts on that one. Next up. Ooh. Whoa, this is a good move. Florentino, highly rated defensive midfielder here, from Benfica to Getafe on loan. He is valued at 10 million euros. Wow, this is a player that City could look at. Come on, City. What are you doing? All right, we're going to move on. Valentino Lazaro from Borussia Mönchengladbach to Benfica on loan. So he's been all over the place, man. He was at Inter Milan. He was at Newcastle. He was in the Bundesliga last season, and now he's going to the Portuguese league. So, you know, he's an okay player. He scored a wonder goal last season, I could remember. So let's see how that loan deal to Benfica works out. Benfica in the Champions League too, so that'll be awesome. He gets to play Champions League football. So we're going to move right on, man. Big up to everybody in the chat. How's everybody feeling? Thank you for joining. Thank you for tuning in. Robert Robinson, Zachary Leahy, Donovan McCrabb, Palomo. You guys, man, I appreciate the continued support, man. The regulars are in the house. Appreciate it. We're going to go through these things. We're going to have some fun today. We are going to have some fun today. Honored Calimuendo, a youngster who I actually found out about him on FIFA. You know what I mean? I thought he was like a regenerated player, but he's actually a real player, and he's going to Lens on loan from Paris Saint-Germain. So he won't get to play with Messi this season. So I think the young man is kind of probably pissed off about that, but let's see. Let us see. So let us keep it going. Nikola Maximovic, okay, from Napoli to Genoa on a free. So his contract ran down and he left Napoli. So the Serbian moving on to Genoa. Good move, I guess. Good move. A lot of the players from the Balkan region plays in Italy. Very close to Italy as well. Just across the water. So we're going to keep it moving, man. We're going to keep it moving. You guys are going to learn about a lot of transfer deals that happened today. We're not going to go too deep into the details, but we're just going to scratch the surface in terms of where the player is moving to. And some of them, we will go into detail. Whoa, this one is a big one, man. Alex Král, Sparta Moscow to West Ham on loan for a loan fee of 3.5 million euros. This is gonna be a permanent deal. This is definitely gonna be a permanent deal. Oh, we could scroll down here. You have the Zambo Anguissa thing going on. I didn't even notice continued though. I didn't notice continued, but it's okay. It's okay. We don't need to look at that right there. But Alex Král, that's a big one. That is a huge one. We know of Král while we were playing FIFA, guys. So that's where we found out about Král. Big up to Ankit in the house, man. Big up to Ankit. How you feeling, Ankit? How you feeling? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Ankit, if you want to jump on to talk about Chelsea's transfers for 10-15 minutes, you can if you want. Anytime you want, you could do it. So let me know if you want to do that. We're going to have a nice show. And if there's anybody in the stream want to jump on, you can as well. It's open. Listen, no BS, no games. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta hit me up on Twitter, and I'll hit you with the link. You gotta have headphones. You gotta come straight if you want to come on and share your piece about your club. All right. So We have Alex Krall, man, moving from Spartak Moscow to West Ham. This is a good move. West Ham adding depth to their squad because they will be in the Europa League this season. And Krall is a highly rated youngster, man, and he does play for the Czech Republic. So we saw him at the Euro. So I like this move. I like this move a lot. Really, really like this move. So we're going to keep it going. We're going to keep the ball rolling. We have Ademola. This is a move I actually really like. Ademola Lookman from RB Leipzig to Leicester City on loan. Listen, I got to give it to Leicester. I got to give it to Leicester. I really got to give it to Leicester. I have to, because this is a deal that Arsenal could have made. I think a player like Lookman could have helped Arsenal. Lookman on loan, pace down the wings. He's not that bad in front of goal. I'm not talking about the penalty. But Lookman, I think this is a quality signing for Leicester City, man. He's going to offer a lot. Cover for injury. They have the Europa League. And I think this is a great piece of business by Brendan Rodgers and his the board there. So, all the best, Ademola Lookman. So, we're going to keep it moving. Abdallah Sima from Slavia Prague to Brighton. Whoa! He looks like a defensive midfielder, though. He just shapes up like a defensive midfielder. Are Brighton planning on, selling Yves Bissouma? So, let me see something. Let me just do a quick research there. Let me go on Twitter. Let me see on his Twitter. Let me go on his Twitter. Let me get his Twitter and Abdallah Sima. Let me see. Let me see something. No, Twitter is not the best place to find out anything about what type of player he is, though. It is definitely not. So, he's only 20 years old. He's a Senegalese. He is a striker. Okay. Okay. So, Brighton is actually bringing in a striker. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We've been talking about Brighton and them bringing in a striker. Well, they did. They did bring in a striker. They did bring in a striker. So, yeah, man. Let's see how he works out. You know what? I need to find out how many goals this guy scored. You know what I'm saying? Let me see how many goals he scored in the Czech League for Slavia Praha. Okay, so he was actually at Stoke City, it seems. He joined Stoke City September 2020. Whoa. How is it saying he's a Stoke player, though? It's saying it is saying here, Slavia Prague to Brighton, right? Abdallah Sima. But when I search his profile, right? When I search his profile, it says that he's a Stoke City player and he's already made. But this is weird. This is let me really look at this. Yes, he is a Stoke City player. Oh, okay. This is a weird one. So he's moving. This is a weird one, though. So this transfer is a weird one. It is saying, this is what it's saying right now on Transfer Marked, right? It is saying that he's going to move from Slavia Prague to Brighton for 8 million. And then Brighton is going to, okay, so this is the deal. This is the deal. Brighton brought him from Slavia Praha for $8 million. $8 million. And Brighton are loaning him to Stoke City. And then in 2022, he'll come back to Brighton. So he won't be a Brighton player this season. So I'm glad I actually clarified that one as well. So look out for the name, Abdallah Sima. All right, so let us continue. Let us continue with these transfers. Faitut Mawasa. I actually used him in FIFA a couple months ago. So that's how I learned about this player. Never really watched him play, but he's moving from Stade Rennais to Club Rouge. Stade Rennais is actually making some money. They sold Camavinga to Real Madrid, something that we are going to get into. But Faitut Mawasa, a left back. Very pacey in FIFA, though. I don't know about real life. Maybe he is too. Looks very stocky. short and stocky, low center of gravity. Let's see how it works out for him. Club Brugge will be in the Champions League. So, yeah. So, let us move. Unai Lopez from Bilbao to Vallecano on loan. Don't know the player very well, so we're going to keep things rolling. His market value is 12 million. Mohamed Ihataren from PSV Eindhoven to Juventus on loan. Did they get that right? I could swear it was a different club he went to. I could swear it was another Italian club. This is not there's something's wrong here. Something is wrong here. Let me just look this up again. Listen, am I seeing things? Ihataren. Am I seeing things? Because I'm pretty sure this player, yeah, Sampdoria. Why does it say Juventus over here? No, okay. These deals are weird though. These deals are weird. So Mohamed Ihataren would be joining Juventus from PSV Eindhoven, highly talented youngster, only 19 years old, and Juventus are loaning him out immediately to Sampdoria. So that is what's going on right here with Mohamed Ihataren. He is Dutch and Moroccan, and he's highly rated, man. He's another player that I found in FIFA as well. Haven't really watched him for PSV Eindhoven though. His agent is no other than Mino Raiola. So you don't know already. You don't know what happens there. Big up to Sebastian in the house. How are you feeling, man? Guys, oh man, this is good. This is going to get even better. It's about to get even better. We got the Bucket Hat Boys. The Bucket Hat Boys in the house. How are you doing, Mike?
I'm good, man. The Bucket Hat squad is back. I got the Ajax third kit on. This beautiful kit.
Oh man!
Transfer deadline day.
We gotta wait. You gotta show the people.
Ah, there we go. Look at this beauty. Ooh. Came in the mail a couple of days ago. Oh, it's fresh. They're gonna use it. I think every Champions League game, the Ajax are gonna use it this summer. So it's a beauty of a kit. And living memory of Bob Marley, 40-year anniversary this year.
Three little birds. Yeah, that's
my doorstep.
Sing it, man.
Singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true. Singing, this is my message for you.
Baby, don't worry about a thing. Yeah.
Ah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, man. Yeah, how you feeling, man?
I'm good. Liverpool. No action during the whole transfer summer. It seems like we did Konate back in April, May. There's been no rumors whatsoever during the whole summer. Man City haven't really done anything other than Grealish. So we're both in the same boat here. But international football's back tomorrow. We got the Guinea derby between Guinea and Bissau tomorrow. European football's back. We got, what do we have tomorrow? We have Norway, Netherlands, big game. We got Croatia, Russia, another big game. Then there's CONCACAF starting, Asia starting. There's just too much football.
Yeah,
it's too much football.
There's a lot of things, man. I've been scrambling to get out all my my tier list predictions in time just for before everything starts, and it's been working out. I'm on course. I'm on course to get everything out on time. I even have some prediction videos that I want to just whip up really quick, nothing too crazy, and I want to just get those out. You know what I'm saying? I want to get those definitely out. So I'm just going to try to get a few people on so that we could build a little panel here and we could just, talk about transfer deadline day. You know what I'm saying?
So, I have one transfer to tell you about. I don't know if you talked about it yet.
All right. Wait. Give me 1 second. Let me brace myself, man. Let me brace myself.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. All right. Okay. I'm braced now. Tell me.
All right. Antoine Griezmann has a full agreement on personal terms with Atletico Madrid, and now it's a matter of latest details between Atleti and Barca to complete the deal. So Antoine Griezmann, after 2 or 3 seasons at Barcelona, is going back to Atletico Madrid on a loan, and I think they have an option to buy him at the end of the season. So Antoine Griezmann is going back to Atletico Madrid. What an absolute fail of a signing by Barca. Oh.
Wow, that is a big one. That is a big big one. Let me see Fabrizio Romano's Twitter right now. Let me see what's going on here. So,
every 10 minutes, there's a new tweet.
Yeah, so there's news coming out that negotiations between Everton and Porto for Luis Diaz has definitely collapsed no agreement, and nowhere to find a solution in the next hours. I was getting excited about that move. Luis Diaz, a very exciting Colombian winger who did the business against Man City last season and scored a stunner of a goal in the Copa America in the summer. So it was nice to see, it was nice to see somebody fresh. I was looking forward to it. It was James Rodriguez was gonna be included in the deal going back to Porto, but that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
so
it's just James Rodriguez. I don't know what's happened to him. I think it's just motivation for football. And then once Carlo Ancelotti left, he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna play for Rafa. He's just kind of been doing nothing. Really, it seems like he's done absolutely nothing, James, and it's kind of sad to see because, my God, what a player he was in 2014, 15. Just took the world by his feet, really.
James just, I think he's just playing Twitch. I think that's what he's been up to lately.
Him and Sergio.
Yeah. Well, Aguero has an excuse. He's injured. You know what I'm saying? And big up to Zachary, who's saying Barca selling the team. Yeah, what is going on with Barcelona though? Like, it seems like they're really desperate for money.
Well, they did have to try and pay Aguero's salary, Memphis Depay's salary. Then I saw the Barca game over the weekend. Oh man, that defense for Barca. Do they have Bayern in their same group, right?
Yeah, again.
It might be another 8-2. I'm not gonna lie, dude. That Barca defense was absolutely atrocious versus Getafe over the weekend. And Antoine Griezmann, he's done. I'm sorry, man. He's not the same player anymore. And I think Barca is they're just rebuilding. And so is Real Madrid. They're going to rebuild. They're in the phase of getting out Camavinga, and I think that's a done deal. They have to just.
Camavinga is done.
Yep. So I think Barca and Real Madrid, they're just in a rebuild phase. That's the phase they're in right now. They're just rebuilding. They were great teams. They have now a lot of older players. They're trying to get new players in. I think Barca's now been trying to do that with Memphis Depay, who's been absolutely balling this season so far. Memphis Depay has been the best player in La Liga. So it's just a rebuilding phase for both teams, and eventually they will get back to the normal selves. But, I mean, Real Madrid might be an interesting team for next summer. They might get both Mbappe and Haaland. Don't rule that out. Don't rule that out, man. They might get both of them.
I think Real Madrid are hurt. They're hurt. I think they're really hurt because the way they're looking right now is like, you know what I mean? Atleti might actually go on to win the title again, you know what I mean? Because I think Griezmann, he fits the Atleti system more than what he did. It was a complete... Have you noticed, right? All the 100 million players that went to Barcelona, they all flopped. Big up to Ankit in the house. Big up to Jersey Boy in the house. Oh, my God. Oh,
we got a panel.
Yeah, we just put together a wicked panel, man. Ankit, how are you feeling, bro?
I'm great, brother. How are you? And welcome everyone, and great to see you. As in, this is deadline day, right? It's past 1 a.m., but I have to kind of wake up and see what's really happening. And we are getting a few deals for change.
Yeah, so Ankit, as you guys know, a big Chelsea fan, you know what I'm saying? And he's going to let us know his thoughts on Chelsea's deals that has been done so far in the summer and the potential ones. Jersey Boy, big Liverpool fan. How are you feeling, bro?
Been a while, Dominic. How are you doing, man?
Not bad, not bad. Busy.
Very depressing today. Very depressing.
Yeah, how are you feeling about your transfer window so far, Jersey Boy?
I think it's a joke. Like, honestly, it's beyond a joke. Like, we've been promised these stuff for a while now. Fabrizio Romano saying Liverpool are going to sign two more players, one more player, and nothing, just nothing. It's beyond embarrassing, and I just had a feeling for a long time. I would not be surprised if 11 o'clock you see a Salah contract extension. That's how embarrassing it is. But there we go. That's how it is being a Liverpool fan.
Yeah, you guys are just extending the contract, securing those players who've been at the club for some time, and it's not bad business though. I don't think it's bad business because just making sure that the players you already have are very happy is also a very, very important thing to do. And I think Jurgen Klopp feels like if he's satisfied with the team right now, and he doesn't need to bring any reinforcements. So let us see what happens. So Mike is also a Liverpool fan, big Liverpool fan as well. So Mike is gonna chime in on some, his thoughts and what's going on with Liverpool. There's also been the thought that Michael Edwards is leaving the club.
Yep.
So how do you feel about that, Mike?
This is not good. He's basically built the team for us with this core group that we have right now. And then Liverpool just announcing today, yeah, we're going to re-sign Jordan Henderson to an extension and then Nathaniel Phillips to an extension. And that's our deadline day deals.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. This is an absolute joke. I mean, I was hoping at least for a backup behind Salah or Mane, maybe getting a Jeremy Doku. That would have been good from Rennes. But nothing. It just seems like nothing's going to happen. And just maybe Liverpool just don't have the cash right now, even though we've made, what is it now, 10 million in profit this summer after we sold all the players like Shaqiri, Wijnaldum left on the free, which wasn't the greatest of business. Then bringing in Konate, but it has not been a good summer for Liverpool transfer-wise. But we got all the players back that are now healthy, and just pray to God they stay healthy. That's the most main thing for us right now. If they stay healthy, then we have a title challenge. If they don't, we're screwed again.
Yeah, I honestly think Liverpool are low-key. They're doing some good business, to be honest, because the thing with fans get carried away with signings. This ain't FIFA, okay? And this is not Norwich City. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get signings every week. Liverpool, I think, are doing something very smart. All the guys who've been at the club for a while, new contracts, right? Taiwo Owani sold to Union Berlin, 8 million. Harry Wilson, no future at the club. He could have been a backup winger. Sold, 12 million. That's 20 million. Shaqiri sold. Who else? Gruitch sold. I think still out on loan or sold. Which
he's sold. 10 million.
Sold.
Exactly. Wijnaldum left. So you have all these, the wages freed up, the Konate money basically recouped. So Liverpool, they're just chilling. You see what I'm saying? If you look at the squad, Klopp thinks that the squad is good enough to fight this season. I know we are all saying injuries and the squad need a little depth and everything. Who knows what will happen today? Let us see. Let us see what will happen today. But I think they're doing the right thing by holding these players down for the future, basically. Ankit, talk about Chelsea and how you feel about what Chelsea have done so far in the transfer window.
Well, firstly, I know it's contradicting to what Michael just said. For Chelsea, I think we're buzzing, right? I'll be honest with you, because I think Lukaku was all we needed. Honestly, we just got a bit greedy with other players that we probably need as cover. And I think Saul in the last few hours has been kind of agreed upon, and he's coming on loan with an option to buy. He's a midfielder who is probably, someone who's played at the top level, can score you some goals from midfield, something that again Chelsea lacked. And I think we noticed in the last game, Kante going again, he's not someone who's 100% fit what he used to be. So hopefully he's a better cover than say we probably had Ampadu that we were hoping on. But now that Saul is coming, I think Ampadu is going the other side, right? As in I think to another club. So that's I think perfect, because Ampadu requires more game time. Saul on loan is, I think there's nothing to lose there. It's just a 5 million euros. I think for Chelsea it's peanuts. And I think Koundé deal is something that I think a lot of Chelsea fans will agree that they were taken aback by Sevilla and not really happy by the way Chelsea went about. But for me, Marina, the way she has handled the transfers and the board has been tremendous, because a lot of outgoing, we had a lot of deadwood, and that's something that we could only kind of thank her for. Sevilla to do this with Koundé, they went back, I think, on the pricing, which they disagreed upon publicly, but obviously they're not going to say in public. It was kind of agreed upon, and then they changed their number. But that's okay, because we have Chaloba coming through the ranks, and he has already proven that he can fill in when required. Christensen has gone up a notch, so I don't think we really need that. But Sevilla, I have to say, they kind of play hardball. They did that with us a few years ago with Dani Alves, if you remember. So yeah, that was a little bit of disappointment. But overall, I would say I would rate it a 9 out of 10, because a backup DM and a striker is what we needed, right, as priority. And I think we are probably ready to really challenge, and we were already that, but yeah, even more so now.
Thank you, Ankit. It will be very disappointing for you if Chelsea do not go on to win the Premier League title. You just put that out there right now.
Yes, I agree with you there.
All right, guys. So we're gonna go around. We're gonna go around the table, and we just give me your thoughts on this transfer that's on the table right now. That's on the screen. Jersey boy, what are your thoughts on this one? Daniel James from Manchester United for 29 million euros to Leeds. What do you think about this?
I think it's a good transfer. You know, originally he was going to go to Leeds, but Man United literally called to get Daniel James literally after we signed everything, and he stole him. But I think he will work better at Leeds because they could have a fun three of Bamford, Rafinha, and Daniel James, all playing Rafinha as a 10. And I just think it's a good move because I think it's exactly the player that Bielsa needs, and United don't need him. I don't think it's a player that worked for United, but I think it's a player that worked for Bielsa.
Well said, Mike.
Is he going to start? That's my biggest question, really. You have Rafinha. He's a winger. Daniel James is a winger. Rafinha, he's a winger. Harrison's on the left side. I don't know if Daniel James is even going to start. How much? I think Man United paid, 12 million for Daniel James from Swansea, and they've now sold him for 30 million. I mean, that's a great bit of business from Man United, if you tell me. I just don't know. I don't think Rafinha is going to play at the 10 spot. I've never seen him play at the 10 spot for, I think it was Stade Rennes and for Leeds. I've never seen Rafinha playing the 10 spot. So I don't know about this transfer. I think Daniel James is really overrated. I think he's just pace, and that's it. He's just pace, no finishing touch. The only time I've seen him ever finish was for the Wales national team against Finland national team when he scored 2 goals against us. And that was horrible because I was dissing him the whole game. And then he decided to score 2 goals and made me look bad. So I don't really know about this transfer. He's a good squad player, I would say, good backup for then Rafinha or Harrison. But biggest question mark for me is, does he even start for Leeds?
Yeah, man. I think this is a big waste of money, in my opinion. I don't mean to be harsh or anything, or to sound like that, or to, the man is, moving to a new club. I wish him all the best, but come on, man. Come on. 30 million euros, pretty much. Bayern Munich just paid 16 million euros for Marcel Sabitzer. Just let that digest. Just let it digest. 16 million. So Bayern Munich could have bought 2 players for the money that Leeds just spent on Daniel James. The English tax is there as well. Well, the British tax, because he's not English, he's Welsh, and he didn't do anything special at United. So I'm surprised that he actually went for more than what they bought him for. They made a profit on Daniel James. Because I was saying this week, can't believe Daniel James is going to be rubbing shoulders with Cristiano Ronaldo. Hell no. And look, so Daniel James, I think the Daniel James transfer it really happened because Cristiano Ronaldo came in. You see what I'm saying? And I think Daniel James was wearing the number 21, right? Was he?
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about too.
And then Cavani is now switching to 21, and Ronaldo is getting the number 7. So I think I heard the commentator was saying, I don't know all the rules to these things, but the commentator was saying the players are registered already, the numbers are set. So it's possibly that if a player leaves, that's the only way you could do a number change. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So Cristiano Ronaldo will get his number 7, and so Ankit, your thoughts on this transfer, man?
Yeah, as in, I get the point about numbers, but surely that's not the reason as to why it happened. Like, that's one of the, advantages that you may have. But I kind of disagree with you guys. Yes, 30 million euros definitely is a lot of money. But at the end of the day, like you said, right, it is a British tax. And unfortunately, in the EPL, we know that the prices are way much than, rest of Europe. And Bayern Munich, and congrats to them for getting the deal. But for James, right, and then he was, I think, touted to be going to Leicester all summer, but that didn't happen. They got Lookman in the end. So for me, James going to Leeds is a better, move for him, because I think Bielsa, the way James is, he's someone who could kind of play on both the wings. So with Bielsa's tactics, probably he will, benefit, and he'll get a lot more chances because of, I think, the energy that they play with, right? They probably need an extra winger out there to play a few games. They cannot last the way they did last 2 seasons. So for me, he will definitely get much more game time in Leeds. Yes, he won't start games to begin with, but I think at the Euros again, like I know that it did not, be very effective. but I think he was in the top five. I think he was fifth in the most chances created. Even if they just reached the round of 16. So this guy can play. He's still young. Bielsa is a great tactician. He'll probably get him playing more, and I think his energy kind of vibes with Leeds' energy is what I would say. But yeah, 30 million is more, but I think I would still back Leeds and James to kind of give it a win-win.
20 million max. 20 million
Yeah.
max. And I'll be like, yeah, okay, yeah. You move from United because you're not even a top 6 team quality in my opinion. Yeah, 20 million max, good deal. But they paid way too much for him. United swindled Leeds out of about 12 to 13 million pounds. Seriously. I'm just gonna keep it real, you know what I mean? Gotta keep it real. Don't be afraid to keep it real, guys. Don't be afraid to keep it real. Let's just keep this thing going here. Dennis Pratt from Leicester to Torino on loan. Any thoughts on this one? I like Pratt, but he didn't work out, man. The Premier League is a little bit too physical for him. Jersey boy, your thoughts on this? Anything brief,
I think Pratt's a good player for Leicester, but he got quite badly injured last season. And I just don't think he's worked in that midfield because they've been playing. It's been Tielemans and Ndidi in that, and the backups are Mendy and I can't remember his name. The player they got from Lille, I think it was from Lille.
Soumaré.
Soumaré. So he's not going to play, and I think him going on to Torino on loan guarantees him starting every single game. And he needs to get back to fitness because he's not going to get back to fitness at Leicester because he's not going to play.
Yeah, well said. Anybody else want to say anything about Dennis Pratt?
Well, Dennis Pratt needs to get game time, and he will definitely get game time at Torino, who were god-awful last year in the Serie A, finishing 16th and almost getting relegated. So they definitely need this type of player. I think Torino, they got a now midfielder, Dennis Pratt. He's okay. He did well for Leicester. I don't know if he got some injuries, and then Ndidi came, and then Tielemans came, and then obviously his game time went away. So I think this is a good move for the player and for the club.
Well said, Ankit.
Yeah, so I just like to add, basically, I think Pratt himself wanted to move, and Italy was his preferred destination because he played, I think, in Sampdoria earlier, and that was the reason why Leicester bought him in the first place, right? He's done well in Italy, and I think he's obviously improved his game under Rodgers, hopefully, and he'll probably do better in Torino. He can become probably one of the main men, right? And that's what he was seeking to be, and hopefully, I think that'll fit well for him and Leicester as well.
Ankit, still on you. Ethan Ampadu is joining Venezia on loan. Venice. What are your thoughts on that one? You think that's a good move?
Well, definitely he's going to get more game time because I think the last international move that he made was, I think, to Leipzig, a couple of years ago. I know he played against Spurs in that all-important game, but for me, it is basically a gamble because internationally, as in we know that they don't kind of, give, say, an international player, game time to begin with, and he'll have to prove himself, which he'll anyway have to do. But he'll probably get a little bit more game time there compared to what he did in Leipzig, and hopefully he'll get his discipline because that's something missing in him. He has it in him to kind of get those great passes, defend very well in midfield as well as in defense. But I think the discipline is something that he doesn't have. So I think going to a different club with a different culture maybe will get him to get that discipline going the way they want, and hopefully he'll come back better.
Well said, man. Guys, Jersey boy, your thoughts on Brighton bringing in Marc Cucurella from Getafe, 18 million euros. He was a Barcelona player, young Spanish left back. Your thoughts here?
I don't know much about him. I do know that I think, in my opinion, Brighton's priority should have been to get a proper number 9 because they've been really bad at finishing. But I think getting a left back is, will help their defense a little bit more and hopefully keep them up instead of getting them relegated. But I think it's a good signing. I don't know much about him, but I think getting a left back and making sure the defense is all good for a team like Brighton is good. But I think they should have paid them that money towards getting a number 9.
Well said. I've been following this player for a while. When he was at Barcelona, he was very, very promising, man. He was getting a lot of game time, and then afterwards he was sent out. His career has been quite weird with the transfers that he's been making. It's like I'm gonna find him right now. He's been moving. It's like some weird deals, man. Some weird deals. In the meantime, as I get this info, thoughts, Mike.
Well, I think he's a really good player, to be honest, attacking wise. Defensively, he needs some work, though. But I think he's going to work perfectly in Brighton's formation of playing a 5 in the back where the wing backs provide the width for Brighton. Can you imagine Cucurella on one side and Lamptey on the other side? I mean, those are pretty good fullbacks then for Brighton going forward, at least. Defensively, could be a bit of an issue, but I like Cucurella a lot. I've been following him a lot since the start of his career at Barcelona. Hasn't really worked out at Barcelona. Did well at Getafe. Getting the move to Brighton. 18 million, though. I mean, these Premier League clubs, they'll pay anything, man, I swear. They'll pay me maybe 5 million to go to Burnley or something like that. I don't know. It's just ridiculous with the amount of money they pay. But I like Cucurella, and I think it's a deal for Brighton.
Ankit, thoughts?
Yes, as in I agree with Mike, because I think anyone who's out of the Barcelona academy, I think he played for Barcelona B most often than not. But anyone coming from there, knows attacking football. Simply put, right? As in, like he said, Lamptey and Cucurella on either wings, I think sounds a great prospect. But yes, defensively, as in, I'm not too sure if I've seen enough of him to comment there. But Brighton as a team, I'm not sure if they have that defensive mechanism in the center back, right? Because they lost a big name there. Because hopefully they don't have injuries. If that's the case, then I think it'll work beautifully. But yeah, probably they should have strengthened other positions. I also remember he had a loan spell, if I'm not wrong, at Ibar. He did perform quite consistently there. But again, that was a while ago, right? As in, so let's see how he does, in the system that Brighton plays. But yeah, I think it'll definitely work out for him. It's all about international players, right? How they kind of, take up to English football. Like that is the big deal. Because for me, yes, Graham Potter is very good, but I don't think he's worked enough, from people, say from Barcelona. So that's something to be looked upon.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see how he does. Spanish players, I think most of the Spanish players in the Premier League are doing pretty okay. You know what I'm saying? City has a couple. There's Reguilon, just went to Spurs. He's doing fine. I think he'll be all right, man. But yeah, the weird transfer that happened with Cucurella was him moving from Barcelona to Eibar on loan, and then his loan stint ended, and Eibar bought him from Barcelona for 1.8 million pounds, and then immediately sold him back to Barcelona for like 3 mil. I don't know what went down there. I don't know what kind of deal, and then 2 days later, Barcelona sent him out on loan to Getafe, and then he eventually was sold on to Getafe, and now Getafe making some money, about 8 million from the Cucurella deal. So he's just been bouncing around the place, man. But I like his hair though, so he'll be nice. He'll be fun to watch. He'll be definitely fun to watch. So we're gonna keep this one moving. Ile Moriba. This one has been a saga going on for a while. I wasn't really following it like that. This is a Barcelona youngster who burst onto the scenes, and then there was some contractual, situation with him, and he's leaving the club. 16 million. Barcelona are making some money right now. 16 million to RB Leipzig. They got rid of Messi basically, so they don't have to worry about his salary anymore. They sold Moriba. They sold Emerson. Who else they sold? I think who else they sold? We'll get to it. But anybody have any thoughts on this player that you want to share?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, so everybody. Okay.
Go ahead, Ankit.
Yeah, so as in again, I've not seen much of him, but yes, the moment I started watching him or watching clips of him is when Chelsea were linked with him, right? As in, because we were looking for that midfielder, a young midfielder in the mold of Gilmore after he left. But again, it's interesting because for Leipzig to get him, I think you mentioned 16 million, if I'm not wrong, or is it 25 million? Okay,
16.
So. Yes, so I think the price 16 million is a good value for someone from Barcelona, coming to the ranks and then getting international exposure in Leipzig. So for him, making that move will be brilliant, and for Leipzig as well. But yes, Chelsea, now they've gone for a loan deal for Saul, but I think Moriba would have been great, like from that perspective, because someone who's far more younger and is a long-term prospect is something that I personally wanted, if at all. But yeah, I think for Leipzig is a great prospect because I think they can have those youngsters playing more. So it's a win-win.
I think as a Chelsea fan, you're just being greedy, bro.
Exactly.
You're,
Exactly.
They're
being,
always greedy. That's a
you're being
fact.
greedy, bro. Because I'm telling you, you can't, man. You can't. You really can't. You can't. You guys are not gonna use him, man. You have so many youngsters, and you send them out on loan.
Yeah.
So why would you want Moriba? Moriba isn't gonna get any game time because look at how promising Billy Gilmore is.
Yeah.
Look at how promising Cullum Hudson-Odoi is. These guys can't play. They can't get no game time. You see what I'm saying? It's because of a trust issue. So I think he's going to the right club in RB Leipzig where he's going to get a lot of opportunity in the Bundesliga and he's going to get a chance to flourish and grow. And maybe if he becomes a world beater, then Chelsea, instead of paying a 16 to 20 mil, would end up having to pay 80 million euros for him. You know what I'm saying? That's how it usually works. You see. So, Jersey boy, you got any thoughts on this player?
I really like Moriba. I've watched a bit of Barcelona last season and the season after that. I think he was. I don't think he played many games with the first team, but in the cups and stuff, he looked very good. But because Barcelona has such financial problems, they can't keep everyone. And I think I heard Fabrizio saying that they believe that a Premier League team were waiting for Moriba. I don't know which team that was, but him going to RB Leipzig, I think, is very good since they've lost Sabitzer, and I think maybe he could be the kind of like Sabitzer replacement. But I think it's a great deal, and money goes towards Barcelona to help them with their crazy debts.
Well said, well said. Wait, Mike, you didn't talk about Moriba yet, right?
Yeah, no, I haven't. Moriba, this guy is going to become a baller. Box to box kind of midfielder. I remember watching him at the El Clasico, and I think he had a shot off the crossbar. He played excellent in that game. You guys got to remember, he's only 18, born in 2003. He's actually not even born in Spain. I think he's born in, was it Guinea? I think he's born in Guinea. So maybe he'll be in the Guinea national team alongside Naby Keita in the future. Hopefully that would be excellent to watch. But Moriba, I think he's become an excellent player. He's going to the right club, RB Leipzig, under Jesse Marsch. Perfect manager. They're going to nurture him. Obviously, there's still Kevin Campbell. There's Tyler Adams. There's, I'm trying to think of the other midfielder, Haidara as well at RB Leipzig. So they got a lot of midfielders. Moriba will become good. Give him time. Only 18. Nurture him, and he will become a fantastic midfielder. And we know RB Leipzig, they're going to sell the player. And like you said, they'll probably sell him to Chelsea or Man City, and they'll pay 100 million for him. So I think it's a great bit of business by RB Leipzig.
Well said. He is potentially the replacement for outgoing Marcel Sabitzer when you really look at it. So it's some good business. 16 million fee is basically the 16 million they got for Sabitzer. Give it to Moriba and give Moriba less money basically for his salary. So it's great business by Red Bull Leipzig. Don't forget they're owned by Red Bull, you know. But the thing I like about Leipzig is that even though they're owned by a billion dollar company, they haven't really flexed their muscle in terms of going and just spending big and just spending on players just for fun. You see what I'm saying? And I like their model. I like their business model. But we're going to move right on. And we spoke about Zambo Anguissa already. This is actually on the Zambo Anguissa page that I found this really nice slide and decided to do it. But we have a lot of transfers to talk about. But this one is a weird one. You see, because Barcelona just bought this guy back from Betis and sold him immediately for 25 million euros to Tottenham Hotspur. Guys, what do you feel about this? Start from Jersey boy.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked with this transfer because I was looking a lot of Barcelona Twitter accounts and stuff like this and reporters, and they were actually really excited to see Emerson back at Barcelona. And now he's just gone because they're in that much financial trouble. They cannot keep him. And I think he's a great addition to Tottenham because, Doherty's been played in the wrong areas because he's not a right back. He's a wing back. I think he can only play if he's pushed further forward. Aurier is not really that anymore. And I think Emerson's a really good right back. He was quite good for Betis. I think he's a great right back, but it was a bit shocking that Barcelona would sell him straight away after having him and hyping him up to be, the right back replacement, for him and Dest. But he's gone now, so I think it's a good signing for Tottenham.
Tottenham, man. Tottenham. I have to say, Tottenham are one of the most ambitious clubs in it. They're ambitious, man. They're very, very ambitious. If only they could start winning some trophies to back up that ambition, because they built a brand new stadium. They were able to hold on to Harry Kane, even though City came in with a big fee, 150 million euros. And they brought in Reguilon, they brought in Ndombele, even though he might be on his way out. You look at Golini on loan, you look at Romero, and just some very, very progressive signings and getting rid of some of the deadwood in the club. Guys like Aurier might leave, Moussa Sissoko has left. You have Danny Rose. You have Dele Alli reviving his career. You have Heung-min Son signing on a new long-term deal. Bergwijn looking a lot better. Tottenham, listen, I have to be honest, they're doing some good business. But are they going to benefit from this good business? They're playing Conference League football. You see what I'm saying? So they have to go from Conference League football to Champions League football next season. How easy is that going to be to achieve? Not very easy, man. Not very easy. It's going to be rough. It's going to be really, really rough. But I like the business. I like Emerson as a player because I like to talk about the fact that I use him in FIFA. But yeah, I really look at him. Look at him, man. You know what I'm saying? Look at him. He's nice for your brand. You know what I mean? Handsome, young Brazilian. And he's just going to do big things for Tottenham, I think. But I don't know if he's going to win them a trophy. But it's a good signing. I think he's much better than Serge Aurier, though. Good stuff with Japhet Tanganga as well. So I just got to put that out there. So, Mike.
I mean, Tottenham are now turning into English national team. They have 4 right backs. I mean, come on. This is ridiculous how many right backs they have now. But I like Emerson. He's a good player. He literally just started over the weekend against Getafe. And I thought him and Serginho Dest would have competed for the right back spot, which I think would have been good for Dest, looking from a U.S. national team perspective. But now he's sold. We know Barca. They need money. Now Tottenham are looking good. They might finally win a trophy. They might win the Conference League, or it might be my team Hoiko. Obviously joking about that. But it could be Tottenham versus AS Roma in the Conference League final. I mean, that would be epic, honestly, for the first ever Conference League season. But good business. I like the business. 25 million. He's a little bit expensive, but I think that's about at the right price, I would say.
Mike, I see you watch my Europa Conference League video.
Yeah, of course.
You got the shout out, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
I don't like the third place though.
But wait, no third place in the Europa Conference League player team that's coming down from the.
No, it's the first place teams. They automatically go to the round of 16, and then the second place team they have a playoff basically, and I guess the Europa League third place they drop down to the Conference League as well.
All right, so you guys are not going through to the next round.
And I'm going to all the home games.
Yeah, good stuff.
Beautiful.
You should make vlogs for those, man.
I know, but I don't have the right camera, and my phone's an Android, and I have a Mac, so it's really difficult. But I'm going to try my best, and it's going to be cold here and snowy.
So what's the difference between your phone being an Android and you have a Mac? I've had an Android phone and transferring videos onto the Mac for a while.
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm going to be taking so many different videos, and if they're a certain length, then it takes forever to transfer them to the MacBook. That's the problem for me.
Where there's a will, there's a way, bro. Trust me.
I will try. That will be my goal.
So look, Ankit, you guys sold your Emerson, so a new Emerson had to come into the Premier League.
Well said.
What some people don't know about this guy Emerson, he just made his debut for Brazil in the recent Copa America as well. So he's highly rated. I'm not saying he's the next Dani Alves, but he's on the right trajectory. And Tottenham, you know what I mean? Listen, they're a big club. They have big stadium and everything. You know what I'm saying? They have big ambitions. So, it's a good move. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, as in having said that, like I have to say, like I'm a bit surprised because yes, as you said, Emerson is a real up and coming player. Like he was, I think, very good in the brief that I've seen him. Right, even for I think Betis, he played a lot of games. I think almost, if I'm not wrong, 70 odd games for them. So will he start at Tottenham is a big question. I know it's a new league and it'll probably take him a couple of months to bed in and things like that. But I think with Nuno Espirito Santo being there, I know that we spoke about Doherty not being there. But I think with Nuno Espirito Santo being there, I think he'll probably use Doherty as first choice. And I agree that Aurier needs a succession plan sometime. And this is probably more like an investment, say, for 1 year, 2 years down the line. But again, like I'm not sure just playing in the Conference League and things like that will develop his career much. So I'm a little bit surprised because Tanganga for me is brilliant at right back as well. He can play anywhere across the back. Like for me, he's also very good. So it'll be interesting to see how many games he gets. Yes, he's a good player, but for him, I think it's probably a move a little bit too early is what I would say. But yeah, the jury is out, is how I would say.
Yeah, we've been getting so many Barcelona rejects in the Premier League lately, man. A lot of them, a lot of them. If they sell him, definitely means he's a reject. So I don't want anybody argue with me and say, yeah, he's not a reject. He's a reject. They don't think he's valuable enough to keep around the club. So they say, yeah, let's sell him. Let's cash in. You see what I mean? But look, since we're on him, let's talk a little bit about Antoine Griezmann though, because Mike brought us that news, and Antoine Griezmann is rumored to be going back to Atletico Madrid. So Fabrizio Romano's tweet reads, Antoine Griezmann has full agreement on personal terms with Atletico Madrid and is now a matter of last details between Atleti and Barca to complete the deal. Final stages. Barca are progressing in talks to sign. What? Barcelona are signing Luke de Jong from Sevilla?
Yep.
You got to be kidding me.
They're finished. They are
What
finished. They're
the
finished
hell?
without Barca.
This is Jersey
How
boy.
embarrassing.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on that whole Griezmann flopping 100 and how much? God damn, 100 and about 20 million euros.
Yeah, 120. Yep.
And it totally flopped. Never worked. Now Messi left. They shipping him out as well, and we know what's going on at Barcelona, and you know what I mean. We know the mess the club has been in. A lot of scandals and stuff going on over there from Bartomeu's time, and now Laporta is in charge. He's cleaning up house, doing a little bit of dirty, getting rid of the dirty laundry and all these things. So look, no pun intended when it comes to money laundering or anything, but look. They're cleaning up. They're cleaning out house. Jersey boy, your thoughts on Griezmann going back to Atleti? Do you think he will work at Atleti like he used to work at Atleti? And just your overall thoughts on that situation there.
I
And
think
Luke and Luke de Jong too.
yeah. I think it's a joke. Like I think Barcelona are royally finished. They're finished as a club. Like legit. The amount of money they spend on players is ridiculous. Like spending 140 million on Coutinho. That's money you would spend on someone like Mbappe or not Coutinho. It's ridiculous the amount of money they've spent on players. Griezmann did the whole video about, I'm staying at Atletico Madrid, and he went to Barcelona for a ridiculous amount of money. He's done absolutely nothing at Barcelona. Nothing. He's been awful, and he's now going back to Atletico Madrid, and he expects to come back when they already have enough strikers. They've got Suarez, they've got João Felix. Are they going to play him on the wing? But on the wing, I don't know where he would play on the wing. I just don't think, unless he plays as a 10. I think it's just want to get rid of him because of the amount of stupid wages they put him on. I don't think he's going to work well at Barcelona, not in Barcelona, at Atletico Madrid. I don't think he's going to work well. But for me, Griezmann has been a player that there's some players who work well for their clubs and do awful internationally. I think Griezmann is awful for his club and very good internationally because for me, he's only good for France.
Well said. Antoine Griezmann, his Barcelona career, these are the numbers. 102 appearances, 35 goals, 17 assists. For Atletico Madrid, 257 appearances, 133 goals, 50 assists. Those are reasonable numbers. You know what I'm saying? A goal every two games for Atletico Madrid, pretty much. But for Barcelona, a goal every 3 games, which is not good enough. You know what I'm saying? Definitely not good enough. An assist every 5 games or so for Atleti. So he was heavily involved, and he was just their talisman. And I think they cashed in big time. I'm curious to see how much they're gonna pay for him whenever the loan deal ends. Let me see when his contract is up. Let me just check and see when his contract is up. And okay, 2024. So they'll definitely have to pay some type of fee for him eventually. But that's when he'll have 2 years left on his contract though. So I could see Atleti probably end up paying about 25 to 30 million for him. You see what I'm saying?
It's got to be 25 million.
It will be crazy if Atleti has like a designated account that says Antoine Griezmann money.
Here we go.
Okay. All right, but here it is. It's crazy if they have an account that says Antoine Griezmann money, right? And when time to pay for the Antoine Griezmann deal, they just go in there and transfer the money directly from that account and just laugh out the bank. Like crazy deal. Barcelona, I don't understand. They paid 140 something million, I want to say thousand, for Ousmane Dembele. Another 140 for Coutinho. A 120 for Griezmann. I think there's another big money spending as well. They just gone crazy. I don't know. No wonder they're in this position, and no wonder they lost Messi, man, because it is just ridiculous. Listen, Ankit, what are your thoughts on this whole Griezmann situation? Don't tell me you wanted him at Chelsea, okay?
Absolutely not. I actually did a video on my channel saying that I don't want Griezmann. But anyway, having said that, see, as in from Barcelona's point of view, they had to get rid of him no matter what. Like you said, they are in a soup and they don't know how to get out of it, and they just want people out right now. And the proof is getting in Luke De Jong. Right? As in that cannot be lower than that. Like I know he scores you goals and whatnot, but he's at best a super sub. Like at best. Griezmann, on the other hand, I know that things haven't worked out for him at Barcelona, but don't forget, like he's going to a club which he knows inside out. He knows Diego Simeone. Diego Simeone knows him inside out. He is he was a talisman, and he can become that. And he's probably a blessing in disguise for me, for Atletico, because see, we played Atletico twice last season. They are dross. Like they don't have any kind of creativity in the midfield. Like he's someone who can play in the hole if he wants to, and probably it'll make Simeone change the formation, the tactics. I know Saul is out; he wasn't playing much last season, but maybe they don't play with Carrasco and I think Llorente on the wings as wing backs, and they actually go in with a hole and probably go with that 4-2-3-1 kind of formation, which will probably work if you really think about it. But yes, Griezmann, for what about the money he's been signed for is a joke, because I think Barcelona, I don't know what they've done with the money they've spent, and they're just kind of cutting the losses. That's what I can say. But in my view, it'll kind of work. That's my gut saying.
I think there's been mismanagement of some of the funds at Barca. It has to be mismanagement of funds, because I was just taking a look at their transfer dealings over the last couple of years. And it's been quite balanced. It's been balanced with the outgoings and the incomings. Even though they've been spending big, they've also been offloading players. I think Messi leaving Barcelona could be the best thing for them because of the wage bill. So you get rid of Messi, you get rid of Griezmann, and you get rid of Suarez. That's over $1 million a week. That's over $1 million a week, right? Over $1 million a week, you just cleared up. And you revamp your squad. Basically, some players taking pay cuts, as we know. And it'll just have a fresher feeling that you could actually go now and try to win trophies. But with all the distractions at the club, with the whole Bartomeu and the Messi, and it could be a good thing for Barcelona. Seriously. Because let me just give you guys some numbers, right? In this current season, they've spent 12 million on incomings, which is they brought Emerson in from Betis. Memphis free, Aguero free, Eric Garcia free, Inaki Pena up from the Barcelona B, and Raymond Arge, who they brought up from Barcelona B, has been sold on. I've been following the news. Look, he will eventually get sold on. I don't think that yeah, he did go on loan to Spezia. But they've already made 48 million pounds. That's a 50 million pounds, basically about 38 to 40 million in profit already, while getting Messi, Antoine Griezmann, and a few other guys off their books. Remember, they sold Firpo to Leeds, Emerson, Todibo, Carles Alenia, and a few players left the club as well, including Messi and Trincao on loan. So it's not bad business. It is not bad business. And if you check last season, they spent 100 million. They brought in Pjanic, Trincao, Serginho Dest, and they made 124 million. So they had a profit. It has to be something fishy with the money. It just doesn't add up. You see what I'm saying? It really doesn't add up, man. I'm telling you, this doesn't add up because you go the next season, they spent 270 million. That's when they brought in Griezmann, Frankie de Jong. They brought in Neto, backup goalkeeper for 23 million. He hardly played. Brought in Pedri, brought in Firpo. But they made 137 million as well. So things kind of being, a little bit balanced out if you check what I'm saying. So I think all these deals could only be a positive. Could only be a positive for Barcelona, in my opinion. So I know we're saying they look like they're done. It's because the squad does not look as formidable as it once looked with Lionel Messi in it and Suarez and an Antoine Griezmann to a lesser extent and a fit Dembele and co. So let us see how they do this season, man. Mike, you're the one who started it. Just round off the Antoine Griezmann thing. It is official. It is official. Jersey boy, just show us. It's done. And I'll just share this with you guys right here. So I'll give you guys some more visual right there. Badam. Right there. It's right there for your eyes. Antoine Griezmann. Back. Atletico Madrid. Here we go. And we have agreement now completed with Barcelona. Loan until 2022 with buy for 40 million. You see that? You see that? We said it. 40 million. 40 million. Mike, talk to me.
I mean, 40 million for Antoine Griezmann, 30 years old. I think it's a good deal for Atletico Madrid. He's coming back to where he built his career. This is a great move for him. Great move for Atleti. Pair him up with Luis Suarez up top. 4-4-2 formation. We know what Atletico are going to do. They're going to sit back and defend in the Champions League and hit on the counterattack with Griezmann, who's now going to be more of a creator. Luis Suarez just making those smart runs. Carrasco on one wing. Correa on one wing. I mean, this is really good signing for Atletico Madrid. And now I'm really, really scared for Liverpool and the Champions League group. We got Atletico Madrid, who are now much better. We shouldn't sleep on Porto. They're a really good team. Grujic might come back to kill us now that we sold him there. And then AC Milan, who have started off the Serie A fantastically, winning 4-1 over the weekend. And Oliver Giroud, Chelsea old boy, scoring 2 goals. It's looking bad for Liverpool in the Champions League, but we should still get through that. But overall, I think this is a great move for Atleti. And I think Griezmann, in my opinion, he wasn't playing in the right position at Barcelona. He was playing at the wing, and we know Griezmann is not a wing player. He's a number 10 or he's a striker. That's the position that Griezmann plays at. And just Ronald Koeman just didn't use him at all well, and it just proved to be a massive failure. And when you're talking about also like Barcelona and their finances, I just think that also COVID really, really hit Barca hard because, the Camp Nou, that's like 100,000 seater stadium. They really bank on the match day, like tickets and all those kind of stuff, the museum that they go to. I think the museum is like one of their biggest incomes actually. So COVID has really hit Barcelona hard as well. So we have to take that into account. So altogether, I think 40 million, good 80 million loss for Barcelona. I mean, just another poor transfer by Barcelona. good for Atletico Madrid. Now it's going to be fantastic to watch Atletico Madrid versus Liverpool in the Champions League. I can't wait, even though I have horrible memories of them. And, well hopefully Adrian doesn't play in goal. That's all I hope for.
That's what you call PTSD at its finest, man. So,
it was a horrible night.
Yeah, we have some more big ones to talk.
Oh, he's gone. Welcome to the show, guys. He left us, I guess so.
What Dominic want to give update Fabrizio? Someone asked Fabrizio about Liverpool, and he goes, "I'm sorry, Liverpool fans, nothing at the moment, nothing." So
he said nothing. Oh my God!
Said there's not going to anything coming.
Anke, what do you make of Saul going to Chelsea? Much more of a now midfielder option for you guys. But he's not really a good player anymore. I think he was mostly on the bench for Atletico Madrid last year, so could be a bit of a.
Wasn't he playing left back at some point? He was playing.
Yeah, as in you're right, Jersey Boy and Mike as well, because he wasn't playing well because he wasn't playing in the position. He was rotated a bit too often. I think sometimes in the wing. Again, it's Simeone's negative football, right? As in, if not for Simeone, I think he probably would have got his form. And here comes Dominic back. Welcome back, Dominic.
Listen, this is not the first. This is not the first time I do this. I have a tab that I want to share. And I copied and pasted it into the StreamYard thing.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, but that's what I like about StreamYard, though. I like that about StreamYard because if I leave, you guys are still there. You know what I'm saying? So, oh man, because I'm like, and I'm talking, and I'm like, what is going on here? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. This is not the first time that happened to me. But it's all good.
We made it ours, very much so, and now it's yours again.
Listen, you guys are experienced enough to hold it down anyways, you know what I mean? But this is the deal I want to talk about. Nikola Vlasic. I switched the thing onto the screen and I was going off about Nikola Vlasic. And I'm like, oh, shoot. So look, 29.1 million euros from CSKA Moscow to West Ham United. West Ham playing in the Europa League, and Vlasic, an attacking midfielder, is going to add some steel to this 11, of course. Jersey Boy, what are your thoughts?
I think it's a good transfer. I think it was maybe the replacement of Lingard, because I think Man United were asking too much money for Lingard, which I think is a bit outrageous, because I think Lingard and West Ham were perfect for each other. Because
wait, how much were they asking for Lingard though?
I think it was like £40 million or something.
The hell?
Something like that. And if you look at it, they've got Vlahovic for cheaper, and he can do the kind of same things as Lingard, maybe even better.
Lingard, £15 million. That's it. That is
even less. I would say 15 to 10 million.
Because you know why? It's only because of his move to West Ham why his career got revived. They should have said, West Ham, thank you very much, take him off our books. But United are just greedy. I must say it, they're just greedy and they're just looking to make money. That's what it is. Look at the Daniel James thing. I think Leeds pay too much for Daniel James. We'll get to that, man. I don't want to get pissed off already. I don't want to lose my cool. You know what I mean? Jersey Boy, continue talking about Vlasic. What else you got to say about Vlasic?
As I said, I think it's a good signing. And as I said, I think he can do what Lingard does, but also even better. For 30 million, instead of spending 40 million for Lingard, who has been rubbish for the last few years and only got back into the England squad because of West Ham. He got back in the New England squad for the World Cup qualifiers. So I think without West Ham, he would be nowhere near that squad. So, exactly. So I think Vlahovic could sign. They've got another a good player, and they'll be playing in the Europa League. And I actually hope to see West Ham win the Europa League. It'd be quite cool. Well said,
Ankit.
Yes, yeah. I remember Vlasic, he was at the Euros as well, and he scored, I think, a goal against Scotland, and he won the man of the match in that game, and which qualified them. I know that they were favorite for the game, but he looked good, in short, right? Even at that stage. So, maybe England is a great move for him, someone who kind of liked the center stage, and, he looked such a player for me. And I think West Ham, if I'm not wrong, in that position right now, they have Lanzini as one of the other options. And Lanzini is great on his day, scores worldies, but he's not consistent at all. That's been his problem. So getting in someone new was, a given, right? But again, For me, Lingard, well, he was hyped way too much. Like, I know the British tax and all exists, but it was all what 2 to 3 months that he performed really well, right? He is not performed well for a while now, and it makes sense for West Ham to kind of invest that better in Vlasic, who's performed at the highest level as well. So I think it's a great move for both the parties, and I can actually see West Ham doing well now because I had them, probably not finishing in the top six because of their Europa League, stint that they're going to have. But now that they are building a squad, I actually, say that they can be in the top six as well.
I think you're low-key scared of West Ham, though, being a Chelsea fan. I think that's what
Come
it
on.
is. Yeah. Mike, talk to me. Mike, hurry up. Hurry up. We got a big one. We got a big one. Hurry up. Hurry up. We got a big one.
Vlasic, interesting career. First, how you do Split, was a great player there. Went to Everton, didn't work out at all. Went to CSKA Moscow, beautiful city. Got his career back together. Had excellent Euros. Perfect signing for West Ham. The signings that West Ham have done this summer: Kurt Zouma, Vlasic, Craig Dawson, and I don't know if we're going to talk about the other signing that they did, but Alex Krall.
We'll touch on everything. I'll be here for a while, bro. We'll touch on everything.
Yeah, but this is a good signing for West Ham. This is really good.
Vlasic is a player I know because I'm a big Croatian fan, and I've been following this player for a while. Didn't work out at Everton, but he did well at CSKA Moscow, and I'm curious to see what he's going to do at West Ham. The way West Ham are playing right now, look at the way Ben Rama came in, fit, and he slotted into the system. I think Lanzini would be more of a squad player because, or who knows, he could be on the way out. You never know. But look at Jared Bowen. Look at the business they've been doing. You see what I'm saying? But guys, I have a bomb to drop. Ba-dam, bam, 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 boom. Ankit. Oh.
Wow, as in, I'm really buzzed, man. Like, Saul, I know, like I was saying that I'll be happy if the transfer window ended the last time I was in the stream, but I have to say, like, with Saul coming in and we have to win the league. I'm kind of crossing all kind of lines here. We have to win the league. Come on, like, I know that he did not perform well. We were just talking when he went off for a couple of minutes, right? So he's someone who, I think just about 2 seasons ago, we as Chelsea fans told he is Kovacic who scores you goals every now and then. And that is something that probably Tuchel, the tactician he is, can get back his form. And the formation we play in a double pivot, I really believe that he can cover these guys very well, like even if they have injuries. So I think we have a squad to go for.
Ankit, come on, man. Stop being an analyst for a while. Just be a human. Talk to me. How you feel about this?
Well, like, I am just buzzed because of the fact that we are having a signing on deadline day. Some of the signings that we've had on deadline days have been like really, really bad. But at the same time, I think today was the day we signed Alonso, right? So someone who is going to come in, a Spanish player, is going to basically, play with our captain and just get the team spirit going. Like, that's something that I can see. And I am really happy that we are actually getting a squad bigger and better and just, getting off the dead wood. Like, for me, I'm like so buzzed that I have no word. Like, it's really... it's probably a cherry on the cake or whatnot. As in, we probably, there and we probably can dominate for years to come. Like, I'm probably hoping that he does well and we sign him permanently as well. I think it's an option to buy, if I'm not wrong. I think it's on loan, but I think that there's an option. Probably they will probably mention that as well.
Okay, so the deal is Saul to Chelsea. Here we go. Agreement reached for 5 million euros loan from Atletico Madrid. Personal terms agreed. Saul will be in London soon to sign a contract. Chelsea FC deadline day, final details, and the deal will be announced. Difficult deal, but finally set to be completed. Let me hit the retweet button on that. If you're not following me on Twitter, make sure you follow me at Dominic Rich FC. And we could interact. We could talk. All right? But look, this is a big signing, man. I know we have 2 Liverpool fans in here. They're having PTSD of Saul Niguez. Definitely. They are.
I think Bayern Munich fans as well.
Listen, this is a big signing, man. I like this player. I really liked what Atletico Madrid did with him and Koke in the midfield for all those years. That was just a dynamic duo. And I guess things have, relations have broken down, or he just wanted a new adventure. And no better club to go than Chelsea. I got to keep it real. Champions League winners, 2-time now, and multiple Premier League winners. Chelsea are a very, very ambitious club, and you could tell. Look at their freaking kit. You see what I'm saying? You gotta be ambitious. You gotta be confident to put out a kit like that. You see what I mean? It is ridiculous. Look at it. If you look at it too long, you might, you know what I mean? You might get high. So, you know what I mean? But look, look, at first I didn't really like it, but when you really look at it on the play, it's an okay kit. It's outlandish. It's okay. This is a great signing. I as a City fan, I feel kind of jealous here. I would have taken him. I would have really taken him on a permanent deal to be that Fernandinho type replacement, box to box. You see what I mean? But it didn't happen. Chelsea went in for him, and as Fabrizio said, it was a difficult deal. And I've even read earlier today that the deal could be breaking down, but it's going to happen. Once this man says, here we go, it's here we go, man. I don't know where I don't know. Listen, the kind of contacts this man has, I wish I had those contacts, man. Look, Mike, talk to me. Saul, he's in the Premier League. Look. The Premier League is the place to be.
It is the place to be. But I'm not too sure this is going to work out. I'm not going to lie. Is he going to start? No. Saul, did he play a lot of games last season? No. It didn't look like he was motivated at all. Maybe that's because of the contract issues, and maybe he wanted something else that you talked about. I really don't know about this transfer. I don't know if it's really going to work out. Sometimes, the Spanish players, they go to the Premier League and it doesn't work out. This could be a case of one of them. I like Saul. I think he's a good player, but I'm a little bit iffy about this transfer. I don't know why. I just think that he's going to get a lack of game time, and which he wanted game time, but he's not at Chelsea. So maybe he wants to win trophies, he wants to win Champions League, wants to win Premier Leagues. I get that. But he's not going to start, and that's my big issue with him. If he wants to start and play games, come to Liverpool. I'll take you to Liverpool. You can start, but I'm not too sure about this transfer. Yes, he did well against Liverpool, and I remember he scored a fantastic goal against Bayern Munich in the semifinal a couple of years ago in the Champions League. I was like, this guy is going to be a baller. And then since then, it's kind of been really from Saul, to be honest. But I'm a little bit iffy on the transfer. I'm not going to lie.
When you talk about Spanish players that not working out in the Premier League, the first player that came to mind was Thiago Alcantara.
We'll give him time still.
It wasn't Rodri. It wasn't Ferran Torres. It was Tia. Yeah, so give Saul some time. Give him some time.
That's why I'm going to give him some time. I'm a bit iffy right now. That's why I'm just a little bit on the fence.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to be iffy. But I think it's a good move, man. Guys, look, I don't know how this whole relationship with Atletico Madrid broke down. I don't know if you guys could remember back in 2017 when this man signed a 9-year contract extension.
Yep.
9 years. His contract expires in 2026. So if Chelsea is going to sign this player, he's going to be worth some good money. He's going to be worth a lot. Unless they decide to mutually terminate the contract and let him go on a free or for something. But this is I like. Listen, man, Chelsea, yeah, and Ankit, I told you, you guys have the best squad in the league, and it's only looking better now. Jersey boy, talk to me.
I think Sal's a good player. I thought at some point Liverpool were going to get him, but wages were very, very high, and it looks like Klopp does not want another midfielder. I would want an attacker. But I think Sal is a great signing for Chelsea on loan. I still remember that very quick corner he scored from in that game where Liverpool lost 1-0, and then the preceding one where Adrian had the biggest mare ever in football history. So I think he's a great player, and I think Sal will help Chelsea in their midfield depth, and I can see them battling very, 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 very close to Manchester City for the title. I don't know who's going to win the title yet. I still think City, but I think Chelsea will be like 18-19, where it's like City top, then Chelsea top, then City top. Very, very close.
So since we're on Saul and we're going to get off the Chelsea train a little, Ankit, what are your thoughts on the Jules Koundé deal breaking down?
Yes.
It's official now that deal has broken down, and there's also news that Callum Hudson-Odoi will not go out on loan as well. So what are your quick thoughts on the Koundé deal? Before you give your quick thoughts, I think personally you don't need Koundé. It's an unnecessary pursuit of a player, in my opinion, when you have the emergence of Trevor Chalobah. Simple. Chalobah could play at center back. He could play as a DM, and I'm pretty sure if you want him to play left back or right back, he's there. I'm pretty sure if you need him to play attacking midfield, he's there. Look at the goal he scored. So it's a waste. It is a waste to go and spend that type of money on Jules Koundé, who I'm so happy that City didn't get him last season. I don't see the big hype. He's a very rash type of player. And if you think back at what he did at the Euros, I might sound harsh, but if you look back at what he did at the Euros, he ain't that good. Trust, he ain't that good. I think you guys are dodging a bullet here. You keep Trevor Chalobah at the club, let him develop under Thomas Tuchel, let him learn from guys like Thiago Silva and Rudiger and Christensen, even an Azpilicueta, N'Golo Kante for his defensive midfield, a Kovacic, and you save your money for maybe to pay for the Saul Digwez deal if you want him for a long term. Talk to me about Koundé breaking down, Callum Hudson-Odoi, who I think another club could actually use. Talk to me about those players.
Yes, like you hit the nail on the head, Dominic, because for me, again, like a lot of people are undermining Azpilicueta's fitness. Like we always talk about age, and I think I think he just turned 32 or 33. I think it was his birthday the other day. But if you watch him in games, like he's still our fittest player in terms of someone who doesn't get injured at all. So he is a captain, fantastic. He's got to play most of the games that he's able to play. Thiago Silva, obviously, on his day is still world class, among the best in the world. He plays, and Rudiger, I think he's turned into one of the best in the Premier League already. So these three cannot be moved. And then you have Reece James, who towards the end of last season played right centre back and played quite well. And of course, Chalobah has emerged, who won 2 man of the matches already from a Chelsea's perspective, right? So only place was actually that left centre back kind of position, which again people said Koundé could play. I think they played 4 at the back, and we could probably change the formation. But if that was the case, then Tuchel would have kept Zuma. Zuma is fantastic in a 4 at the back system, because I don't think Tuchel playing that system, we didn't go really high for Koundé. Like if you wanted, we could have, right? Chelsea, it's not like we don't have the money. We sold a lot of players as well, but yes, definitely dodged a bullet there. It was more about succession planning. Maybe Chelsea wanted to invest initially because of the fact that Thiago Silva is probably going to be retiring at the end of this year, right? And Ampadu is not there yet, what we were expecting him to. That is the only reason. But it is not the end of the world. We have a great squad. And for me, Callum Hudson-Odoi, talking about him, I know that he personally does not want to play right wing back as much, because that's not a role he's played throughout his career. But now that we've not signed Koundé, I can see Reece James playing some games at right centre back when Azpilicueta is not 100% fit. And that's where Hudson-Odoi against low block teams is something different. We needed him, and he should just kind of put his head down, work with Tuchel, one of the best tacticians out there, and he's a dribbler, direct player, which will only benefit even more under Tuchel. So I think it's a blessing in disguise that we did not get Sevilla say yes for the offer we gave them a couple of days ago, and they increased the price, because Callum Hudson-Odoi will probably get as much game time in England than he'll get in any foreign club. So I think it'll work out both ways.
Well said. So before we move on from Saul Niguez, he's appeared 340 times for Atletico Madrid, scoring 43 goals and setting up 20. But he has done more for the club than just goals and assists. Guys, we're going to move on to a massive one, man. Massive. When I say massive, I mean massive. Real Madrid have submitted a new official bid today morning for Kylian Mbappe. 200 million euros on the table. On the table, as reported by these guys. It's a 200 million guaranteed for PSG. No answer, no intention to sell. Jesus, Nasser Al-Khelaifi wanted to keep the player. This is absolutely ridiculous, man. Oh my God, 200 million. Listen, this is like 1/5 of almost $250 million for Kylian Mbappe. And they said no. So the fact that they said no I think they're confident that they can convince the player to sign a new contract, to extend his contract that expires next season. And are you going to leave 200 million on the table and let him go for free? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they have something planned, and I think they might just be successful because let's say they offer Mbappe a bigger wage or put something else in the deal. Maybe offer him shares in the club. You never know. It'll be an offer that'll be too good to give away. You know what I'm saying? To let slip. So look, Jersey boy, talk to me about this kill. Listen, wait. Let me just say this right now. Let me just let this sink in right now for you Liverpool fans. You guys will never get Mbappe. And this is, you guys will never get him. It ain't happening. So, Craig, what up, Craig? Could stop with the Mbappe things on his stream about Mbappe and all of that. He can just stop it, Craig. Big up to Craig, by the way. Just stop it. Anyways, talk to me, Jersey boy.
Obviously, I know Mbappe is not going to go to Liverpool. One, because can't afford the 200 million or whatever that they're asking for this summer. Liverpool were in it. And two, can't afford the wages. And he wants Real Madrid only. He only wants Real Madrid. You know, Mbappe is one of my favourite players, you know, as I'm half French and I watch the French national team all the time. He's an amazing player. You know, I'm still angry that he cost France when he missed that penalty against Switzerland. But he's a fantastic player. I just think it's really stupid by PSG to not take 200 million, because why would you let this player go for free? You can get 200 million now, but you would rather let him go for free. I think it's dumb by PSG. I know they want to keep him because they want Messi and Mbappe and Neymar, but you know, sometimes, you know, because I just think PSG should just take the money, and not because they're going to lose him for nothing. Just take the money. And I think it's stupid that they kept saying no.
Talk to me, Mike.
This is a weird saga, and I think this is just an all of a power move by Mr. Florentino Perez. I think this is just him saying, nobody touch him, nobody's getting Mbappe except Real Madrid. To be honest, I think this is all just BS from Real Madrid saying, oh, we bid this, we bid this. I don't think none of this has really happened. I think they're just saying this for the good of the Real Madrid fans and letting the other clubs over all of Europe knowing Mbappe is going to be a Real Madrid player next year when we can get him for free. Kylian Mbappe is going to sign for Real Madrid for free. For free. I honestly can't believe it that I don't think he's going to stay at PSG next season. I just don't think so. I think, you know, when you look at posters of Mbappe as a kid, he has Real Madrid posters all over his room. He's a Real Madrid guy. I don't think anybody has any choice. I just think this is all a power move by Florentino Perez, and we can all say what we think of Florentino Perez, but he is a mastermind. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's like, let me just throw a little bit of, you know, shade at PSG. I'm going to just say, oh, you know, we bid 160 million. That's going to be good enough. We're going to show that we want to sign him, but we're not really going to sign him this summer. This is all just a bunch of BS from Real Madrid, and they're just going to save it till next summer when they go for Mbappe. And I think they're also going to go for Erling Haaland. And my God, Real Madrid will be back next summer with those two players. I think this is just good PR stunt by Florentino Perez. Real Madrid are going to be fantastic next season. I can't lie.
So, Mike, I got to ask you, do you think there's any chance that Mbappe will ever play for Liverpool?
No.
Because, you know, he's like the player that every Liverpool fan wants to play for.
Well, trust me, I want him too, Dom. But he ain't going to come to Liverpool with those kind of wages. Let me just say that. Especially giving all these new contracts to the core of the squad. He ain't never going to come to Liverpool for... I think he's going to be at Real Madrid for maybe 8 years. He's going to be like Ronaldo.
Look, talking about Liverpool, we got a big Liverpool fan that I invited to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Jack Mack. Yo,
Thank you, Dom.
answer the
Thank you for having me
question.
on, mate.
I'm gonna bring you in real hot. Do you think Liverpool would ever sign Kylian Mbappe?
No. The images that got circulated a couple of years ago of him having pictures of Ronaldo on his wall. He's a Madrid lad, and he's dreamt of Madrid since he was the age of 10. As the panel's already alluded to tonight, I think it's cloak and daggers really from Real Madrid. They're publicly saying that we've put a bid in, but when you can get him for free next summer, what's the point? Just save. It means more money for Mbappe, more money for Mbappe's agent signing on free. So, never in a million years nothing we're signing him. And it's a wages as well, mate. It would command a lot in terms of wages.
So you think it's all a sham? This whole 200 mil for Mbappe there's nothing like that, because it's weird that you pay 200 mil for a player that's only have one year left on his contract, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, it's never been seen in the history of football, has it, mate? It would be crazy money. In financial sense, it doesn't make sense, but it's not like he's going anywhere else, is he? For me, it's great to see Mbappe at PSG if he does stay there in the next 2 hours. He as much as he probably doesn't want to stay there, but he'll go there next year. He's playing with Messi, Mbappe, Neymar, that link up this year that we'll see. I tell you, if they don't win the Champions League this year, then it's been a disaster from them.
Yeah, but I don't think Liverpool fans should actually give up. Let me say this, because Mbappe is still very young. He could go to Real Madrid. It doesn't really work out. He played 3-4 years. He's about 25 still, and then he could say, okay, let me give the Liverpool adventure a try. That's also a possibility, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But Jack, what are your thoughts on Liverpool's transfer window, if there's any transfer window to talk about this? Well, there have been outgoings, but in terms of incomings, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Kanate, he was bought very early on in the window. I think Liverpool identified that. Last year, we got 2 signings. Obviously, the loaner of Kabak. Obviously, he's went to Norwich now in this window, and obviously Ben Davies from Preston last year in the January transfer window. Great signings, but the level in which I think Liverpool knew themselves, they probably got quoted silly money by RB Leipzig for the Ibu anyway. But we've waited, we've got him in, and we've identified, obviously, Nat Phillips just signed a new deal tonight as well. Liverpool don't want to be sold short in the defensive areas this year, because we've seen how crippled in terms of squad players we didn't have enough quality in depth. But with the introduction of Gomez coming back fully fit, Van Dijk, the calibre of that man, he will help us improve. And Joe Gomez and Ibu, obviously Nat as well, and Reece has gone to Swansea on loan. So if Liverpool did sign players, mate, and everyone, it's important that everyone does respect everyone's opinions. I know it's not as easy, because you do get some absolute nutters on social media. You've got to respect everyone's views, and I do that on my channel, mates, as well. Thank you very much for having me on tonight. Liverpool could bring in players. Every squad in Europe could improve, but it's whether those players are available, and we don't want to be put in a situation where we're paying £100 million on players that are not going to be happy to sit on the bench. It's difficult.
Yeah, true. Well said, and welcome to the channel, man. I appreciate having you on. I just tried something, I sent you the link. I said maybe he'll jump on, maybe he
I was on with Dave, mate. Yeah, sorry.
Okay,
I would have jumped on a bit earlier.
No, that's cool. That's cool, man. Thank you for coming through, man. I do appreciate that, man. You know what I mean? Hopefully we could have you more throughout the season. We've already spoken about that. Ankit, man, you haven't given your thoughts on Kylian Mbappe. I know you wanted him at Chelsea. You could admit it. But
everyone wants him, right? Come on, so I can relate to it, because I think, again, I know Eden Hazard was probably in his prime when he wanted to go to Real Madrid, but we always knew, here's someone who loves to go there. That's his, dream. Kylian Mbappe is definitely one of them, right? And he's about 22, if I'm not wrong. So like you said, even if he has a couple of, say, bad to, I would not say very bad years, because we can see he's definitely a generational talent. He's not going to go away unless, touch wood, there's some injury or something like that. but he and his camp knows that Real Madrid or another big club will come back for him. And again, he's got a chance to play with Messi and Neymar that he did not have last season. And if say, let's assume that the 200 million, on the table is true and not what Mike said. Maybe that is true as well. But let's assume that is the fact. Maybe PSG is thinking that, hey, we are having these three up front. This is the best chance to win the Champions League, and that will probably convince him to stay and sign that contract towards the end of the season. That is what they are thinking. And from Mbappe's point of view, also, like having a Champions League, having a chance to play with Messi and Neymar together, and he's just 22. He knows that in the future he can always move to a big club unless it's a big injury. So it's really something that works out for both the parties again, but it's kind of weird. Like 200 million is a lot of money, and in the entire world, I think PSG is the only club who can probably think of even saying no for that kind of money. But yeah, I buy Mike's point as well, because Real Madrid entire summer we knew that they didn't have the money. Like all of a sudden, from where did they get this money? I don't know. Like Barcelona has sold a lot of players, but this is impossible as well. So I kind of buy both the things, but eventually I can see him going to Real Madrid one day. And yes, in case he doesn't perform well, who knows? He'll come to England to play for Chelsea.
Exactly, man. They've been saying La Liga, they're going through financial problems and this and that, and then all of a sudden, because there was a stat going out that La Liga had only spent about 150 mil. There's more, and all of a sudden, Real Madrid are bidding 160. So yeah. It's hard to believe everything you read out there, man. Seriously, it is really hard. So we're going to move on from the Kylian Mbappe thing, and we're going to talk about this next player. Look, PSG. It's all about PSG right now, man. I really don't know. I'm telling you, this is why I see people don't like PSG, because they just making these ridiculous signings, man. Nuno Mendes to Paris Saint-Germain. Here we go. Loan with buy option for 40 mil. Personal terms agreed. Loan fee will be 7 mil. 5 years contract. Paperwork's to be signed with agent Miguel Pino in the next hour. Sporting and PSG also in talks for Sarabia. So Sarabia could be going the opposite way. This is a player that Man City has been scouting for some time. This is Nuno Mendes, who crossed that ball for Cristiano Ronaldo in that game against that World Cup qualifying game against Serbia, where Ronaldo put the ball in the back of the net, but because they didn't have goal line technology, you see, that's Nuno Mendes. So he has quality. He does have a lot of quality, and I wanted Man City to put in for this player, especially with the whole Mendy situation and all. City should have been like, okay, that's the opportunity, and you see what I mean? That's the opportunity. So, Ankit, I know you have to go. You have to go pretty soon. Ankit lives in India. So thank you very much for coming on, Ankit. You have really good internet and everything, and it's a pleasure. I think the internet in India would be a lot better during the night as well, where most people are sleeping. That's right.
Fair call. But yes,
Yeah.
definitely, pleasure to come on. But before I go about this player, right? And for me, like I know City again. I think you guys had Mendy. I think I saw a comment as well. Like Mendy is going to be like the next big thing. Who knows? But I'm very surprised. Like that City did not go all out for Nuno. I think if I'm not wrong, you guys were linked with him, like you said, right? So for me, it's a fantastic move for PSG. PSG are really building. Some kind of a squad to win the Champions League. Simply put, they didn't have great fullbacks, and probably the defense is improving. So yes, I can see them actually going to the latter stages of the Champions League at least. But yes, thanks again for having me. I have to go, and I hope to see you all again. And anyone wants to see me, definitely can come to RCB and Chelsea Fan TV. Everyone is welcome, and I hope to be back as well and with more good news.
Well, Ankit, it's a pleasure having you on, man. Do appreciate you coming through. It's late. I know you got to sleep. You probably have work in the morning. All the best to Chelsea this season. Chelsea and City play on the 25th. Hopefully we could beat you guys, finally beat, Thomas Tuchel's Chelsea. And I'm looking forward to having a chat with you. All right?
Perfect.
So
Sounds
thanks
great.
again, man. Yeah, thanks again.
Thank you. See you, panel. Thank you as well, and thank you, Chan. Take care.
Yeah, peace. Jack, are you familiar with this whole Nuno Mendes situation? Sporting won the Portuguese league last season, and he's highly rated. Talk to me.
I'm not seeing a lot of him playing, mate, but as you said, €7 million is quite a lot for a loan deal. I know Saul going to Chelsea, that's around 5 million as well in fees, but he's a very good talent, and especially for going for that much. But he will be getting a lot of opportunities. When you look at PSG's left-hand side, I think that's definitely where they need to improve. Obviously, they had Luca Digne all those seasons ago, really didn't really establish himself to be a fair choice properly. But if he does develop, he's in a great squad. Basically, the Galactico of the French League on. But he'll thrive there, mate, especially in that system, Pochettino, the way in which he likes to play his football. I tell you, mate, if as I said before, if PSG do not win the Champions League, or even worse, if they don't win the French League on, then Pochettino has to go.
Yeah, telling you. Mike, Nuno Mendes.
I love this player. Man. This guy is an attacking fullback, mostly playing in a 5-in-the-back formation with Sporting, and you talked about Sporting Lisbon finally won the Portuguese league. Finally did it, and this player is the missing piece for PSG in winning the Champions League. They got Hakimi. They got Sergio Ramos, Marquinhos, Nuno Mendes. I can keep going on. Their defense, Messi. I forgot about him. Their defense is ridiculous right now. So Nuno Mendes, I think he's only like 18, 19, left wing back, mostly playing last season. Got to work on his defense, though. But attacking-wise, this guy can take on anybody. His link-up play, maybe with Mbappe down the left side, is going to be brilliant to watch. I think this is a perfect signing for PSG. But I got to go, guys. It is now almost 12 o'clock at night in Finland. But thank you so much, Dom, for having me on, guys.
Definitely. But before you go, I have one last one before you go. Don't go yet. Don't go yet. Jersey boy, save your thoughts on Nuno Mendes. I got one more for Mike before you go. I think I should have checked my message, but talk to me about this. Mike, you got to talk to me about this. Come on. How could you leave without talk to me about come on.
I love it. Ronaldo's back in the Premier League. I'm a Liverpool fan. I'm not even going to hate about this. I think this is just fantastic for football, fantastic for the Premier League. Still, I don't think United will win the league, but I'm loving that Ronaldo's back in the Premier League. And I think it's just great for football, really. If he went to City, I think that would have been a huge tarnish on his career. I think that would have just been kind of a sad note, really, on Ronaldo's great career. I'm one of the greatest players ever. But now going back to Manchester United, what a storyline we have here for the Premier League. And wait until the international break is over. Newcastle at home, guarantee you Ronaldo's going to score 2 goals. Guarantee. This is going to be epic to watch.
Well said, well said. So, Mike, thank you, man. Thank you. I don't want to keep you for longer. You know you have work, so
yep. Gotta sleep.
Hopefully to talk to you pretty soon. All right?
All right, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, guys.
I'm willing to hear what Jack has to say about this. Talk to me, Jack.
CR7, mate. What a great player. Didn't really quite work out for him. He did promise Juventus all those years ago, I'm going to win the Champions League. But it's not as easy when you're in that great Real Madrid side that won back-to-back Champions Leagues all those seasons ago, mate. But it's great. As the lads have already said in the panel tonight, it's a great for the Premier League. I echo those sentiment, really, in terms of if he did go to City, he would have strengthened them so much, because obviously City more or less playing with a false 9 this season, and they put a bid in for Harry Kane. Quite publicly acknowledged, really, mate. But it's a great move for United. He will help push them up, really, the Premier League. I think with Ronaldo, a player of that ilk, of the quality, really, he will most definitely put United in contention, really. Just the sheer experience in which he'll give to that Manchester United team anyway. Imagine if you're Greenwood, mate. You're learning off the great Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the greatest ever players to ever play football. But it's great for the Premier League, but similar to Pochettino, Man United need a DM, which you've spoken about already this week as well, and all the Man United fans. But unless Ronaldo can play DM, but he's a great signing for Manchester United, and I fully expect him, especially in European competitions, mate, to really push Man United quite further than everyone expected this summer.
Well said, Jack. And I'm sorry I had to get up. I had to get up because just like Man United went and they pulled the plug on the Ronaldo to City deal, I had to go and get my little son before he pulled the plug on this whole stream. You see what I'm saying? So, well said, well said. Look, Jack, you know what I'm looking forward to see? The Manchester derby, yeah. But we know that has been kind of not much of a big deal these days because City has been dominating for a while. It's the Liverpool versus Manchester United game. That'll be a big one.
Yeah, Ronaldo he'll be up for it. Especially if he scores in the corner, packed Old Trafford or whatnot. But yeah, even for that, mate, look, from an outside point of view, I think that's one thing that quite did get identified last summer. Is not everyone's Harry Maguire's biggest fan. But there's going to be a massive difference for Varane. He played quite well against Wolves, Varane. I think he'll be a lot more suited. He offers Man United a lot more pace in and around. Obviously, Lindelof, still got question marks. He's not on the level of Varane. He very much. There's a difference between playing with Ramos and playing with Harry Maguire. Be interested to see if those two do get on. They're both great players, but Varane's cut of both Harry Maguire, really. But 40-odd million they got him for. But yeah, with Varane in, Ronaldo in, Dan James has left Man United as well. Sancho opens up a spot really down that right-hand side, even though he was going to play, but he will be getting a lot more first-team opportunities now with the spaces created. Obviously, Rashford's out injured at the minute, but United have got a very good side, and Man United versus Liverpool, it's always, as you know, mate, and everyone in the chat as well, historically is probably still technically the biggest in Europe, globally, really, the amount of views it does get around the world, mate. But I think United, all their fans want to be challenging us and City and even Chelsea this summer. That's where they're expected to be. I grew up watching, as much as it pains me to say, but Fergie was a phenomenal, legendary manager, and it pained me. But at the end of the day, the world-class nature of Sir Alex Ferguson, what he offered Manchester United for 20 plus years, they've struggled since he's left, as you would expect. A great legendary manager. There's not many Sir Alex Fergusons around, and even Liverpool to a certain extent with Jurgen Klopp. There's not many Jurgen Klopps on the market at the minute to the great job he's doing. Right? Yeah, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to these matches, man. But Jersey boy, let me know your thoughts. Let me know your thoughts on Ronaldo back in the Premier League with Manchester United and not Man City. And he will get his number 7 as well, seeing that, Dan James has left and the switch has been made. Talk to me.
Obviously, you said that, Cavani number 21, Ronaldo 7. You can't have any another number for Ronaldo because it's literally his brand. But I'll first go Nuno Mendes because I didn't talk about Nuno Mendes.
Yeah.
I saw so many City fans on Twitter
Talk to me about the Nuno Mendes thing afterwards. Yeah.
You mean do Ronaldo first?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, yeah. That's CR7.
For me, the move was a real shock because I saw City and I thought, okay, if City get him, that's them winning the quadruple because, come on, with Mahrez and that and Ronaldo on boards, I'm sorry, it's over for the rest of the world. But I also thought it just didn't make sense in going to City but from what I heard, Man United were not interested at all in getting Ronaldo back. And as soon as I heard City, they're like, nah, we got to get him now. Yep. So I feel that him back now, I think is great for the Premier League because it brings more attention. But also, I've never got to see Ronaldo in the Premier League. And I never got to see really Ronaldo on TV and stuff. So now I'm going to be able to watch the United games and see Ronaldo doing C all the time. So it's going to be nice to watch that. And, even though I'm a Liverpool fan, I don't like it because it's Man United. But, I think it's a fairy tale, When United is where he started his career properly with Ballon d'Ors, Champions Leagues, went to Real Madrid and did everything. When Juventus and he was okay. And now he's back to where he probably started his career for one final dance before he retires. Just makes complete sense.
Well said. Big question. I have a big question before we move on. Jack, I have a big question for you. I think you probably know what I'm going to ask you. But does Manchester United win the league with this Cristiano Ronaldo signing?
Yes, he should. I mean, the caliber of him, mate. We've all watched Ronaldo the last 10 years. He's ridiculous. He's got that ability, and he's, as we've seen in the Euros, mate. He was injured on the touchline. He's more or less a coach himself, really, mate. And he's at that age now, 35, 36. He's built like the Terminator. Him and James Milner, both of them are quite old, but they're still very physically fit in terms of the ability to play football at the highest level. And there's not many players that can do that. But I think Ronaldo, he will most definitely go into his late 30s, even early 40s. He's got that ability to play. He goes in, he was like, when he was 17, 18 years old, I think one thing Fergie admired about Ronaldo was when he brought him in from Sporting was his nature and the way in which he trained. He was always the first in, last out. And that's why he's regarded as one of the greatest players. And he will be doing the exact same thing at United. And he should. That squad that United have got, I know I mentioned the DM. If United can get, I know it's 1 hour left or whatever now, but if United can sort that defensive midfield spot in their team, that squad is very good. It's capable of challenging, but it's whether Ollie is capable and managing all these egos and the quality within the squad. I think if Man United, you should get out of that Champions League group stage, mate, but it's whether he can do it. But Fergie went 5 years without winning a trophy at United, and look how he become the legendary manager he is.
Yeah, I don't want to think about that happening with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's got a long way to go to match Fergie.
Yeah. But with the squad and with the signings they have already, brought in, you think they would have at least won the title already, man. Even recently, you see the Bruno Fernandes signing. That was massive, and now with Sancho, Varane, even Donny van de Beek, big money are not used, you see? So now with Ronaldo coming in, I think it definitely makes them, increase their chances of winning
Puts him in contention, doesn't it? It should.
Yeah. It does. Ronaldo is a champion, but it does not guarantee you the title, because look at last season over in Italy. Antonio Conte and you've Inter Milan, they just buckled down and they had a plan and they beat Juventus off the park. And what did Juventus place, third or fourth? I think
even look at Lille as well, mate, in the French league on. Like they didn't have the greatest budget, and PSG had all the money. And
exactly. Exactly. So listen, man, Liverpool have looked good in their earlier games. Chelsea, we know, looking good already. I'm not gonna write off no one could write off Man City. You cannot write off City. Cause Pep is a beast. You saw he went into the Arsenal game, he made no changes. You see what I mean? And Pep is a man who make 5-4 changes every game. So it's not guaranteed that, okay, you bring in Ronaldo, you're going to win the league. Ronaldo was never part of the plans. Ronaldo was only brought in because Man City's name was thrown into the whole Ronaldo thing. And they said they couldn't stand the sight of Ronaldo going to City. I honestly think Ronaldo would have gone to City, I think he would have gone. I think it was going to happen.
Just imagine the fume, though. Imagine if that actually happens. Like I was saying to me, go with that.
I was going to say I would have laughed if that happened. I would have laughed.
Yeah.
United fans would be crying.
You can just already imagine if he did actually go to Manchester. Obviously, there's so much hatred towards Peter Schmeichel when he did go to... Even Gary Neville doesn't like Schmeichel now. Obviously, the great legendary goalkeeper Schmeichel was for United. But it's something that you don't do, isn't it? Like, it's as much as he probably offered them millions, but I think Ronaldo had his head screwed on. He had a little word. As you've already mentioned, lads, tonight, it was heavily publicised that Raiola probably used City and Paris Saint-Germain's name to get that move to Man United in the press.
I think it's Jorge Mendes is his
Mendes,
yeah.
Yeah, it's Mendes.
So Jersey boy, did you give your thoughts on? Oh yeah. Do you think?
No, I didn't give my thoughts on Mendes though. I didn't give my thoughts on Mendes yet.
No, I mean, do you think United are going to win the league with Cristiano Ronaldo?
Not with the fact of having to play McTominay and Fred. I'm sorry, but after watching that performance against Wolves, if Wolves had a proper striker, they would have been probably 9-0 down. It was ridiculous. So for me, I've got no CDM, no midfielder. It's Chelsea's and City's. United will be nowhere near it, and neither will Liverpool, in my opinion. It's you and Chelsea's.
I think if you look at the United games, they did really well against Leeds, and then Ole Gunnar Solskjaer just switched things up against Southampton, and then he switched things up again against Wolves. So with a man like Ole as your manager, it's not gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. A great team does not. You can't be proud. Okay, you gone 28 straight without losing on the road, right? But come on, man. You going 2-0 down or 2-1 down all the time, and you have to be fighting to come back into games. That's not what champions do. You see what I'm saying? Champions dominate. They dominate for long periods of time, and you know that your chance of picking up a victory is very, very, very slim. It's like you're coming up against Man City. You already have that preconceived notion that you're going to lose. But if you do win, you're like, oh, we actually just freaking pulled that off. You see?
It swings around about and everyone in chat. It's United going on a run of like 6 to 10 games, and then the fan base is all very positive with Ollie. And then when you have that little spell, obviously getting knocked out of the Champions League, it's not going well. But when Ollie's job is on the line, the team always seems to win. Yeah. And for me, it was mad that they give him. I'm happy days that they give Ollie a contract, as you mentioned there, mate. And everyone's got varied opinions on Ollie, but for me personally, he won't win. It probably might win the FA Cup or Carabao Cup, but he's not on the level of a Pep Guardiola or a Klopp or a Conte. But he could do in the future. But football fans are very fickle. They want the instant now. They want to win now. They want to win straight away, or they want to sign new players straight away. But you haven't got time at big clubs like Man United, have they? They got rid of Moyes, got rid of Van Gaal, got rid of the other managers as well in the past. So I don't think United fans have got patience.
He's been there too long. He's been there too long and won nothing. You see what I'm saying? And if he was at you're a Liverpool fan. If he was at Liverpool, do you think that would have been acceptable?
No, we had 6 months of Roy, mate. We couldn't deal with that.
Exactly. Appointed in 2019, March of 2019. Just recently had a contract extension. So he's been there for a few seasons. He's made semifinals, but he has nothing to show. Nothing at all to show for his time at Man United. And I think only because he was a former Man United player and a legend, you could say he was a legend, came off the bench a lot and scored. Look, that's the only reason why they didn't sack him, man, because it's ridiculous. 135 games. 135 games you've already managed. 19 as the caretaker manager. That's 154 games as the Manchester United manager. And you have absolutely no trophies to show for it at a massive club. Come on. You deserve to get sacked. You see what I'm saying? So you mentioned that whenever his back is against the wall, they start getting results. Well, his back isn't against the wall right now. So we're going to see a win, a draw, a win, a loss, a draw. And look, I don't think Ronaldo coming in wins them the title. I don't think so, because he has to come in, get up to speed with the Premier League, and he's going to be very frustrated in front of goal. Very, very frustrated. They don't win the league. I didn't make predictions, and I'm not going to make predictions for this season. But big up to Robbie Lewis. I didn't miss the super chat. Definitely didn't miss the super chat there. He says, Liverpool just need to put their pride aside and resign Coutinho. It's the only player who could have broken down the Chelsea defense. Guys, talk to me about this one. Jack, talk to me. You're muted, Jack.
Yeah, Phil's on crutches at the minute, isn't he? So I don't think he'll be playing football for a while. But yeah, it's ideally not for me personally. Coutinho, the grass isn't always green on the other side, is it? And it's sad. I mean, he's like 28, 29 years old now. What could have been? Klopp said before he left Liverpool, they'll build statues outside Anfield of you if you do perform for this football club. And sadly, it's not worked out for him. But that's football. It's part and parcel of being a footballer. He wanted to test it, and he got loaned out for Bayern Munich a couple of seasons as well. So it hasn't worked. But we spot on with the super chat there, mate. Liverpool need that player that really grabs the game, especially in the midfield area. Someone that has the ability to take away the pressure from the forward three players. Obviously, whether if it's Jota, Firmino, Salah, Mane, if no one else up front is at least, because the amount of shots we had against Chelsea from outside the box, Harvey Elliott is that he's 18 years old. You don't want to be putting that much pressure on him. He's a very good, talented footballer, but you don't want to be putting too much pressure on the young lad's shoulders. But he was great, and it helps selling him. We got Van Dijk and Alisson Becker, and we've pushed on as a football club. But I can understand that model, that type of player, someone that drags opposition midfielders, centre-backs out of the defence where they're afraid to really allow them space outside the box. But he was quite unique in that ability to really shoot from range. But we need to identify whether that's Curtis Jones coming through, whether Ox or Naby can stay fit. It's the $1 million question, really. It's frustrating. But we do need to identify potentially in the future, next season, or even in January, that player that really, we've got rid of Shaqiri. He wasn't a starter, obviously, but he had that a bit of ability to come off the bench. But I can understand where people are trying to identify that, mate.
Well said, Jack. Well said. So, Jersey boy, would you take him back? Would you take him back?
No,
Do you...
no. Snake. I'm sorry, but just the way he left the club, pretending he had a back problem and all the stuff behind the scenes is just no. The only player who left I will take back is Sterling, because he left just because the club at the time was in a shambles and he wanted to win trophies. So Sterling wasn't, a snake. Coutinho was just pretending that stuff was happening so he could get sold. So no, I would not take it back. I want the next Coutinho, not Coutinho. I want the next Coutinho.
So yeah, but you guys did benefit from that big fee though. That's a big fee, man. And you guys were able to just enlighten us, Jack. What did you do with that money?
Well, we spent it on Big Virgil and Alisson Becker. But that's where obviously everyone's saying about the owners, they don't really put as much money in from their own pockets. Obviously, any signings that we have had, we're very good in recent years under Klopp of selling players. We sold Jordan Ibe to Bournemouth for 15-20 million, Solanke for 20 million to Bournemouth when they were in the Prem. So we've got money in from the football club, and obviously we've rewarded players. Everyone's joking about signing players up for contracts tonight, but it's important that we don't lose. There would be a load of people on social media saying like 2 years' time, Salah didn't sign his new contract and we let him go on free. And people will be like, why didn't we offer Salah a contract? We've just allowed him to go to PSG or Real Madrid or something. So you can't win. But big transfers, Salah is very key. But I made up, mate. Liverpool pre-Klopp, we didn't always, the Andy Carrolls of this world, Aquilani's, the Paulsons, the Koncheskis, the legend, the shocking players of Dross that Liverpool did bring in. But every club has been there with not the best signings. Yeah.
Well said, man. Well said. So thank you there, Robbie, for dropping that super chat, asking that very, very good question here on Philip Coutinho. So guys, it's deadline day. Let me see if there's any updates. We've gotten a little distracted there. But we did touch on a lot of things, though. We did touch on a lot of.
I still haven't touched on Mendes, though.
Talk to me about Nuno Mendes, Jersey boy.
Quickly wanted to say, so I seen a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of City fans saying that it's disappointing with the board because you guys didn't get Mendes. Because I understand that because because I know you don't want to talk about it, Dom.
No, I don't mind.
Okay, then Mendy, he's done some very, very naughty things if he's been, if what happens true. And that means you'll be losing a centre-back, not a centre-back, a left-back. So you need, I think Zinchenko's been doing good there, but you need backup. And I don't think Cancelo going there is going to work all the time. So I understand City fans annoyed that they didn't get him. I think Nuno Mendes is class, and I think PSG have now fixed an area which they were weak in because Bernat did his ACL, so he's been out for a very long time, and I think obviously he's going to lose a bit of pace and not play as much as he did before. And they've got Kozawa, and Kozawa is not as good as a left back, but I think they've upgraded that. They upgraded the right back with getting Hakimi. They now upgraded left back with getting Mendes. I think that team is now stacked. Now, as you said before, if they don't win the Champions League, if they don't win the quadruple, I'm sorry, Pochettino needs to leave now.
Yeah, especially with how stacked up that team is, man. But one big name that we didn't talk about and that we supposed to talk about is the big one. Let me just get it. I can't find it because the boy Fabrizio already unpinned it from his page.
Is it Greasy?
No, we spoke about Griezmann already. But let me just use this one. We did talk about Griezmann for some time. Let me just use this one right here. And it's this special player right there. Lionel Messi leaving Barcelona to PSG. And this is one of the biggest moves, man. This is a huge move. On a free. I was actually skeptical. I was like, Dom, was it really for free? You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to second guess myself, though. Jack, what do you think about this deal?
It's madness, isn't it? It's weird seeing Messi in a PSG shirt. We've all grew up watching Messi come through the ranks under Rijkaard as a young player and getting the opportunity when he was 16. But it's weird. It's been a couple of weeks since he signed for PSG, but he's elevated the stature as he would do to Paris Saint-Germain. I know as soon as he signed, he got millions of lot more followers due to obviously Messi as a player. Messi and Ronaldo, they're just such big phenomenons in the modern day footballer. They have lots of million people are just Messi fanboys and Ronaldo fanboys, and obviously they'll support whoever because they're great, phenomenal players. But it'd be a massive asset. And PSG have been wanting, like similar to City, they've been wanting to win the Champions League every single season. Obviously, they got beat by Bayern Munich in the final 2 seasons ago. So he should help propel them to European success. And obviously, domestically, he should very much sweep up every title in which is to offer. But it's great that if Mbappe does stay this summer, mate, obviously this window, we will have the pleasure of watching those three because we've already seen Messi and Neymar play with each other in that great MSN partnership all those years ago. But yeah, it's going to be phenomenal football to watch. And it'll be interesting to see what goal tally he does get Messi in Ligue 1. If it's like us going to 5-a-side or something and Messi banging in 50 goals in Ligue 1. But we'll have to wait and see.
We can't talk too much crap about Ligue 1. You know, Jersey boy is half French, you know what I'm saying? He might feel a type of way about that, you know what I'm saying? So Jersey boy,
still a very good league.
Yeah. What are your thoughts though? But Ligue 1 just dropped from 5th to 6th though. They were overtaken by the Portuguese
I'm
league.
half French, and I can agree that Ligue 1 is crap. So Ligue 1's crap. So, but it's all about Messi trying to get PSG to their first Champions League, to win their first Champions League. I think as you said before, it's really weird seeing Messi in the PSG shirt. I watched the game and I was like, am I dreaming? This is so weird. But, what's crazy is, even if Barcelona said, you can play for free, he couldn't have come because they're such in financial trouble. And I think, at some point, you've just got to move on. And I said for a while that Barcelona just need to let him go. They've let him go as a PSG and, hoping to see him ball over there, against, I think it was Rem, he played 20 minutes on the left wing, I think, or left wing or right wing.
Yeah, I didn't watch the game. I watched the game.
He did okay. He was good. He came on for Neymar. I think it was in the 63rd minute. But you know, it's a different league. He's got to get used to it. So I'm hoping to see do some great stuff over there. But I think it's a great signing.
Yeah, just to touch on the Messi thing before we move on. Look, you really can't believe everything these people publish and they tweet, and even the official people, Fabrizio, all of them. Because when you really think about it, right, Messi, his contract was ended. It was over. Why didn't Barcelona try to do something before his contract came to an end? Why did they allow it to run right down to the last day and it couldn't get done? It couldn't get done, right? And when Messi said he offered to reduce his salary by 50%, and still, I think Barcelona just wanted to get rid of, like, okay, you've done great. You are a financial burden to the club, a big one. You see what I mean? And if we let you go, it would free up so much of the wage bill. They did it to Suarez. Suarez is thinking, oh, you know, I can't believe this. They had to do it. These guys are ridiculous. Sometimes when I think about the amount of money these footballers make and the money that I make going to work every day, it's ridiculous. These guys are 1 week what I make the whole year. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, God damn. It is ridiculous. But look, it's refreshing as a football fantasy. Messi play for another team, try something new. Barcelona were in a rut for some years, and you know what happened in the Champions League with getting 8-2 against Bayern Munich. Yeah, he had to go. He had to go, and you could see this year everything is just aligning. Him winning the Copa America and him leaving Barcelona in the same summer. It was just meant to happen, man. He just have to move on from that and just spread his wings and start a legacy elsewhere. Hopefully he does not go back to Barcelona. You know what I mean? That'll be kind of boring. Maybe it'll be fun, but I want to see. I'm interested to see what he's going to do in PSG colors this season. I want to see if they're going to win everything. The cup over there. I don't know if they still play both cups. I think they were supposed to actually get rid of one. And the Champions League, they got close. They got to the final, and they did get to the semis too, right? That's where City beat them, right? The semis, and they're getting close. But are they gonna do it this year? And they have the missing piece that could actually win them the Champions League. So that's that on Lionel Messi, guys. I don't know how longer you guys have, but I have a lot more to talk about, and we got to talk about this man right here. This man.
I have loads of time.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Jack, what about you? How are you on time?
Should be right, mate. For what time are we on now? Yeah, it's as long as you want, mate. Should be sound, right, yeah. Thank you very much.
Romelu Lukaku back in the building. He didn't look too great against Liverpool, but he did body Arsenal. Guys, what are your thoughts, man? Big money signing, almost £100 million from Inter Milan to Chelsea. Back in the building. He said back. He was a Chelsea player bought from Anderlecht around about 8 years ago. And he is back, man. He is back. I don't know if I'm getting my numbers right, the timing, but he is back. That's all we know. He's back, and he makes Chelsea, it's ridiculous what they're doing right now in terms of, oh man. Talk to me, Jack, about Lukaku.
Yeah, big Rom, what a player. Especially he's flourished in Serie A last season. He very much suited the Inter Milan system. He's really struggled when he was at Man United. Wasn't quite in the right system, but as you said there, Dom, this Chelsea system is geared in for Big Rom to score goals. So you see him literally walk past. I know probably all of us probably could do that in that Chelsea against Arsenal, just rush past Mardy anyway, but he's going to thrive. He should at least get minimum 20 goals in the Premier League easy. And that one aspect in which Chelsea were missing last year was that goal score. I know they won the Champions League, but I think will he bring the best out of Timo Werner? Lukaku, you'll create a lot more space for him, whether you play Timo, I know he has been playing on the wing, or if you're playing through the middle, but if both of them can strike up a good relationship, it could look very positive for Chelsea Football Club. But he's a player of immense ability, as you mentioned there, mate. He's been at West Brom, been at Chelsea, been at Everton, been at Man United. He's got a lot of experience, but the Romelu Lukaku that they've signed now is like so much more matured, and he's matured in front of goal, and he's literally one of the most lethal strikers in the whole of Europe at the minute.
Well said, well said. He does make Chelsea a more formidable team, and they're almost everyone's favorite to win the Premier League this season. But we shall see come May. We shall see. Jersey boy, what are your thoughts on Lukaku back in the league? This is the comeback season, it seems.
Lukaku is a baller. He was last time I saw Man United, he came up with some good goals and stuff, but he was so poor. He was tripping over the balls. His first touch was awful, and I think being at Inter with Conte would helped him so much. And now I think he's one of the best strikers in the world. Just crazy how a couple of seasons can really change a player. He went from meh to probably the highest he's ever been valued, scoring tons of goals, being the main scorer for Belgium and being an amazing player. And I think, Chelsea couldn't get Haaland, but they can get Lukaku. And this is exactly what I needed. Werner was awful for them. He scored an offside hat-trick against Manchester City. There's not only one player in the world who can score an offside hat-trick against Manchester City. And he was just getting in the wrong areas and stuff. And with Lukaku, I think they should play Werner on the left. Werner on the left, feeding the balls to Lukaku. My God, that's too dangerous. I just think getting Lukaku is exactly what I needed. They fixed the problem now, and that's why I'm saying that it's going to be like 18-19. Chelsea and City 18-19 with City the winners.
Well said. I think it's a good deal. They had to pay the money because he helped Inter win a Scudetto, something that they haven't won in almost a decade. So he wanted an adventure. He felt confident enough to make the move back to Chelsea. And let's see what he does. Let's see if he could bang in 25 Gs this season and win Chelsea the Premier League, or even help them defend the Champions League. So Romelu Lukaku. Let us move on. We got another one here. This is a big one. This is definitely a big one. 85 million euros. Jadon Sancho, away kit Brazy. Jack.
Very good player, mate. I think he's agreed a contract of like £40 million a year or something crazy. But he's a great talent, and as we've seen in recent seasons at Dortmund, Manchester City let him go, didn't he? Pep Guardiola, and a couple of years ago, let him go, and he's very much one of those crop of young English players that have very much flourished in another national league as well. So it's great to see. If Ollie, as we've been discussing already tonight on the show, does he utilise him in the right areas? The combination play between him, Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, all of them, they should eventually get great communication and chemistry really as the season progresses. But as we've seen in the Bundesliga, mate, he's been phenomenal, and he should thrive in that Manchester United side. It'd be interesting to see how he does integrate with all the players we've mentioned, but he's set up to succeed there at Manchester United, playing in that system, Man United fans in a packed Old Trafford. He should not fail, but it saddens me to say, because in another parallel universe, would have loved Liverpool to have signed him, but we're just signing contracts at the minute. But pre to him going to Manchester United, Liverpool were rumoured to be linked with him, but I don't think there was never any proper concrete interest in Liverpool. But he's a great player, Mason. We've got to admire him. But I think he will start in Manchester United this season.
Snake.
Yeah.
Snake. That's all I gotta say. Snake. I hope he fails. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. He's a snake, because look, I know people are gonna say he was only a youth player. He never really played for the first team. Still a snake. But we know players and managers, they don't owe any loyalty to the football club. Look at Rafa. Look at Rafa Benitez. You guys are Liverpool fans. Look at Rafa. He's at Everton. It must freaking be like you. Every time you see him forever, you'll be like, what? Like you have some freaking shame.
I'm not too bothered with Rafa. I can understand where certain fans
I'm the same.
Yeah. Obviously, if he left Liverpool after the season we won the Champions League and went to Everton or United, I think there'd be a bit more like. But he's been at Chelsea, and he as well. But I can understand where you're coming from, mate. But it's a bit weird.
Bro, the man is a snake. I'm telling you, he's a snake because he could have. I'm pretty sure he could have showed interest to come back to City. I don't know if City was ever interested in signing him back to the club, but it would have been nice if, he went out and developed and come back. But maybe it's the decision making at the club. Maybe they should have dealt with the situation a lot better. Maybe they should have said, okay, hey man, what we're going to do, we're going to let you go out on loan. We're going to give you this contract, let you go out on loan. And then if you develop, we could either sell you on for huge money or just bring you back to the club. And I think that's the way it should have happened. And being a Manchester City youngster, there's pictures with you all over the place in a Man City shirt, and then you go to United. It's the same way the United fans couldn't stand the thought of Cristiano Ronaldo coming. I know it's not the same, but it's still similar. Like Ronaldo going to City. Ronaldo going to City would have been a big business move for Ronaldo. It's business as usual. You see, even the fact that he considered it. It could be something a little bit more sinister where this was all a plan, this was all a setup to just hype up Ronaldo back to United. It could be that. But Jadon Sancho, bro, you're a snake, bro. Listen, whatever, man. You didn't look good against Wolves, and I hope you continue like that for the rest of the season. Look, man, I wish the young man all the best. Look, but I don't want him to do that well that he wins United a title, but I wish him the best. You know what I'm saying?
So, like me, I know we mentioned Rafa, but I tell you, if Rafa started winning trophies, then they'd be Grealish on Messi's side.
Yeah, but he's still a snake though. It's like a Tottenham player going to Arsenal. It's like that Emmanuel Adebayor thing. You know what I'm saying? And like, come on, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. But Jersey boy, you give us your thoughts on Sancho already?
No, but I think Sancho is a baller. He was great at Dortmund. Obviously, I was hoping United bottled it this season because they bottled it last season. And I was hoping Dortmund were going to do the same thing again. But, they finally got him. He was invisible against Wolves. But, I think players take time. And I think he will be a baller at United. And it's another good signing. And, I think it was maybe kind of clever for United to wait because United waited a year and they got him much cheaper. They had to pay like I think it was nearly 100 last summer, and now they got him for like 30 million less. So I think it was a good deal. I think is a great signing. I don't think he's going to start really showing his quality to probably match day 10 or so.
15.
You think match day 15?
Nah, I'm just messing with you.
No, you don't. You're going to say match day 38.
Yeah, 35 maybe. Pull a Thiago Alcantara on us. Yeah, man. But look, guys, we're gonna move on to the next player. Sancho, all the best, man. Look. We still on Manchester United. Rafael Varane. Look, I'm gonna just kick this one off right away. He was brought in from Real Madrid, multiple Champions League winner, 40 million euros. Pretty good deal, pretty cheap. I'm surprised they didn't add on some tax and ask for 60. But I think Rafael Varane, I know a lot of people may not have the same opinion, but I think he has declined. The last few years that I've saw him in the Champions League primarily, especially in the game against Manchester City, they didn't look good. When Sergio Ramos was injured and he had to hold up the defense, he did not look good at all. He was the gift that just kept on giving. 2 mistakes that led to goal, and he just looked like Bambi and ice. If you look at the Euros for France, he wasn't that good either. France struggled in that group of death, and Raphael Varane did not help. Him playing for United, let's see. I know, Jack, you said that you think he's a little better than Harry Maguire. I think Harry Maguire would fit the English conditions a lot better than Raphael Varane. And I think Raphael Varane played well, you should say, against Wolves. They kept a clean sheet because of the help of Harry Maguire. We call him the fridge. He kept things cool. He just did this, and he just kept things cool at the back. Yeah. And Raphael Varane has a lot thanks to give to Harry Maguire, who does not get a lot of credit. He gets more banter than credit. But let us see how Raphael Varane does. This is a big signing. You're bringing in a man who has, about 4 Champions League titles? So this is a statement. United are making some statement signing in this window. Ronaldo, Varane, Sanchez, Big Tom Heaton as well. Got to mention that one. And let us see if they're going to win the league. These are some big signings. These are some big personalities in the dressing room, man. Are they going to win the title?
He's better than Lindelof, put it that way, mate. You hit the nail on the head in terms of his ability. I know you mentioned his decline, but it is interesting the way Real let him go as well. Considering if he was that good, I think Real Madrid would want to have kept him on the books and really. Obviously, they're getting Mbappe and Camavinga and really, obviously, with the French contingent, kept him at the club. But United are getting... He's better than Lindelof, no disrespect to Lindelof, but he's not the level of the Vidiches, the Ferdinands, the great Man United defenders that we grew up to watch from that great United era. So, time will tell. I think he will, as you mentioned, mate, he will take a bit of a time to develop because I tell you, there's no Burnley in La Liga. That will it'd be like, whoa, what is this? I've never come up against Chris Wood or Ashley Barnes. But it will be interesting to see how he does acclimatise to the Premier League, really, how he deals with the different aspects. The Premier League is probably one of the most technically different leagues to other leagues around the world, and a lot is asked of you. Virgil van Dijk, when he was at Southampton, we didn't sign the Van Dijk that we've got now. It took a bit of a time, but obviously Varane's a lot more seasons in terms of his experience in Europe and in league-wise for La Liga. But it will be interesting. But if United are successful, I think he will play a big part. But I'm watching with eagle eyes to see how he does this season.
Talk to me, Jersey boy. Well said, Jack.
Varane is one of my favourite players, because I'm half French, I watch Varane all the time for France and all that kind of stuff. Varane is France's best centre-back. Lenglet's crap. Kimpembe's not there yet. He's clear of every French centre-back or defender. He's one of the best defenders in the world, in my opinion. He's been a bit of a rocky start, If you remember that City game, he got absolutely mullered by Gabriel Jesus, every time. So... He was not that great, but I still think he's still got, the defender inside him. And I think he will do good for United because, Lindelof and Maguire was not a good centre-back pairing. And I think Maguire and him did good. He got an assist on his first game. I don't think he meant it as an assist because he was just passing the ball to the right. But, at least he got an assist. He didn't mean... I can tell you for a fact he did not mean that, but... I think he's a fantastic baller. That won't mean they'll win the league, but I think he'll stop them conceding silly goals and corners that they've done before. But they will still concede goals because they've got an idiot like Fred in their midfield.
Well said, Jersey boy. Look, big up to Thriller from Manila in the chat, the Asian sensational gamer, Ivan LFC, everybody in the chat right now. Robbie Lewis. I saw Thriller said he liked your Scouser accent there, Jack. Listen, man, I never thought that I'll get somebody from... You're from Liverpool, right? I never thought that I'll get somebody from Liverpool on my channel. Man.
As you can tell, literally 5 minutes from the ground. I try and speak as slow as I possibly can.
No, man, we understand you. Yeah, man. Yeah. And I'm glad you understand me too, because I have an accent of my own. You know what I'm saying? I can't get rid of it. I've lived in America for 18 years, and it doesn't matter how well I try to talk, I cannot. It's just there. You see what I'm saying?
It makes us all unique. That's who we are.
Exactly, man. You ever heard a song by Beres Hammond called "Sweet Lies"? It has a lyric in there called, "And Jack is the Mac, and he comes around every Monday, every Tuesday and Wednesday, every day of the week." Oh man, we got Jack Mac in the house, guys.
I'm literally gonna get you to singing me intro for this season, mate.
We
Dom,
got Jack
do you not
Mac.
realise you've got a good voice, bro? You've actually got a good singing voice.
Oh, I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Merci. I appreciate that. Look, and talking about Messi, we're gonna move on to this one, and this is a French phenom by the name of Eduardo Camavinga. Officially joins Real Madrid from Rennes or Stade Rennais for 31 million euros guaranteed, plus add-ons, 40 million total, contract until 2027. Camavinga wanted to leave Rennes now, and the deal is official. Here we go, confirmed. I've seen this player. This man is a baller. I've seen him for France. He is a baller. And this is a big deal. He was linked to United. United should have actually go in for this player. They should have go in for this player and given him the opportunity in the middle of the field behind Pogba and allow Pogba to go and do his thing. And they would have complemented each other with the French and everything. So I really don't understand why they allowed him to, maybe he did not want Man United. Maybe.
I don't want to be managed by Ollie, but yeah, no, he's a great talent, mate, isn't he? It's we talk about Liverpool's policy. This is like a classic FSG model, a young player that Liverpool could have got, but it'd be interesting. I think he's rumoured on to like 200k a week or something, which is crazy. But he's a very good talent, especially with Madrid. When Casemiro, Modric, and Kroos do retire. But as you mentioned there, mate, he's a very experienced, and what I love about him when I have seen him in the last season, he's very good technically for someone quite tall as well. Like the ability that he's got on the ball, he can change any direction really. But I think he's about 6 foot odds, and for someone that height, it's like watching Peter Crouch. He used to have a good touch for someone so tall. But yeah, he'll very much thrive, and no better players than to learn off than the Kroos and the Modric's of the world.
Yeah. He's a very flashy player, and he has age on his hands there. He's like I think he burst on the scene. He was like 17 when he was playing for France. So I'm surprised they actually didn't take it. I don't think they took him to the Euros though, and that was a big surprise to me. Jersey boy, talk to me about Eduardo Camavinga here.
Baller. He's a baller. He's great for Rennes. He got called up, I think, once or twice in the French national team. I haven't seen the France squad because I've been quite busy, so I don't know if he's actually been called up for the first team. But he's a baller, Camavinga. And, from what I heard from Fabrizio Romano, he, I think, knew that United were going to get him, but next year on a free. And he had no clue. He literally thought he was going to stay at Rennes for another year. And I don't know where Real Madrid get him. So I think Man United should have gone for him. But also I think when they got opportunity to go to Real Madrid, I think it was Real Madrid or nothing.
Well said. And we're going to move right on to the next player. I'm going to keep it moving. Got to bring you as many players as possible. Big one. Arsenal FC have signed Japanese international Takehiro Tomiyasu. Edu Gaspar so fast to jump in the deal and close the agreement with the player and club. Here we go. Confirm medical during the afternoon and then official. First reported by David Austin. So he's coming over from Bologna for 20 million euros plus 3 million in add-ons. What you make of this signing, Jack?
I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen a lot of him, but for the right price, he's not coming at a big fee. And I think any player that comes in is probably a better improvement on Mari of Arsenal, especially how bad he played against City. But what I've heard from all the journos today, especially, he's very flexible in terms of the way he can play, and you need to be in that Miguel Arteta system or any system really. I think he can play right back, left back, and centre half, and he's quite quick over the first 10 to 20 yards really. But I think for that price, you can't really go wrong, and that's what Arsenal do need. They're really missing quality in the defence, and it'd be interesting to see if he does really succeed. But if he does thrive in the Premier League, adapts very well, I think at that price, it's an absolute steal, mate.
This is exact way I feel. I know about Tomiyasu. I know he has quality, but is he the answer for Arsenal? It's good to see another Asian in the Premier League. That's how I feel. I just wish they had a goalkeeper. I just wish a team could like sign Neil Ettridge and we could do like a Asian combine 11. And, you're missing the goalkeeper. It's like for the African players, we were missing a goalkeeper, and now there's Edward Mendy. So that's something I've been meaning to do for a while. So I'm going to get that done as soon as possible before someone beats me to it. But Arsenal signings have been light, in my opinion. They've been spending the money. You spend close to 200 million euros, pounds, and then for what? You see what I'm saying? The state, for real. I'm not even joking around here. Like, that's money that you could have brought in maybe 2 players that could have moved the needle. But at the same time as saying that, is Arsenal that attractive? You see, to attract players of that stature?
It's difficult now. It's not like when you had Wenger back in the prime years, mate. And as you mentioned there, the players they brought in, I think only Odegaard and possibly Ben White are really starters in that Arsenal side. And there's obviously a big debate of your Saint Rowe and obviously Saka, great talent, but they've not really improved like we spoke about when Liverpool got rid of Coutinho. We really went out and bought first teamers straight away. That's what I think. If you spend that amount of money, mate, you've got to at least be putting the majority of that, 100% of that money, into the first team, not on squad players and bench players, possibly. It's crazy.
Yeah. Jersey boy, your thoughts on the Japanese international here?
Before I do that, I've got some news, which is a bit crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The Saul and Griezmann deal might collapse.
Whoa. The Griezmann or the Saul? No, not the Saul.
I don't know. For people in the chat are going crazy, I think it's because there's only 13 minutes left and I haven't done the paperwork in time or something like that. I don't know what's happening. I will say anything if it gets confirmed. But it looks like there's some. Fabrizio's friend said all the deals depend on each other. So it's hopefully they'll go ahead. But I think he's good because Bellerin's now gone to Real Betis.
I think it's just a little drama, man. They just want to heat things up. I think the deals will go through.
No, I think they'll go through. But yeah.
Yeah. And we just spoke about the Tomiyasu deal, and Fabrizio just tweeted out that it's complete
Yeah.
now.
I think they've tweeted
crazy.
it out. But they've now got rid of Bellerin on loan, and Bellerin, was known for his foul throws. I've never seen a man do so many foul throws. And this player is very good because he can play left back, he can play centre back, and he can play right back. So I think he will be the new right back. And you can play centre back if there is like a centre back issue. I think he's good, and it's very good to see another Japanese player in the Premier League. We've now got
Minamino.
We've now got him, and even though Son's not Japanese, that's to see a lot of diversity.
Yeah, and there's Hwang Hee-chan now along with Son. We did lose 2 Japanese.
Hwang Hee-chan is a great player.
Yeah, we did.
Yoshida at Southampton. We did.
We did lose Yoshida, and we did lose Okazaki, and we did lose that one that was at Newcastle. I can't even remember his damn name, man. Jesus Christ. So there were a few Muto. Yoshinaro Muto. We did have those Japanese players in the league, and now they're no longer. So it's nice to see the diversity, man. Look, he's a good player, But is he gonna be a game changer at Arsenal? It's just left to be seen. Maybe this is what they needed, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they needed the Samurai Blue to come in and just change things around, you know what I'm saying? Look, we're gonna touch on this one because we haven't talked about this one. Liverpool's biggest signing this season, and that is Ibrahima Konate. Talk to me about Ibrahima Konate, Jack Mac.
Yeah, made up to see him, mate. Obviously, he hasn't made his official debut in the Premier League for Liverpool, but he's come with a lot of pedigree, and obviously for RB Leipzig. For someone his age, what I loved in the pre-season games that I went to Anfield and watched him, he looks, I suppose you have to be in an RB Leipzig system, very comfortable on the ball, and that's demanded when you are playing for a big club like Liverpool. You've got to be very comfortable on the ball. We've seen Joe Gomez, Matip and Van Dijk, but it'll be massively strengthening Liverpool. I know he was probably one of the earliest deals to get really done in the window anyway, and it's great, as we spoke about top of the show before. Liverpool were heavily bare in terms of centre-back cover, but his introduction, still a young player as well, so he's got a lot of development, and I'm intrigued, and it's exciting. I'm made up that we've actually identified, and Jurgen Klopp probably identified him last season and just said, right, we'll wait a couple of months and get him for a cut price deal and buy out his contract, really. But I'm intrigued to see how he does develop at Liverpool, but he's got all the attributes, and he's just slightly taller than Van Dijk, and he's a lot more wider, which it takes some going, because Virgil van Dijk is a big man himself, but he's built like a machine, Ibu, and it'll be intriguing to see how he does develop at Liverpool. I can't wait.
Yeah, he does add some steel to your team too, because just looking at Joe Gomez on the bench, like he's just raring to go. And you have Konate, him too. These guys are like, God damn, I'm here sitting down. I can't even get some minutes here, because Van Dijk and Matip is going to be hard to dislodge. The only thing I think could dislodge that partnership right now is if Matip gets a niggle, and then Gomez might come in. But I think there'll be change, like in the Champions League and in the Cups. You're gonna, get to see Konate. But Jack, I love that you know all these details about the height of the player and all these kind of things. That is very good. You know what I mean? You just
no, he's like, when we see him in the preseason, I think obviously it's on. He's quite, when he's that RB Leipzig back line last season. I know he didn't play because due to injury. He didn't play that much, but he's ridiculous, mate. I didn't expect him, but when you see him training in Melwood and all that, and the pictures come out, and you're like, is he bigger than Van Dijk? And that takes some going. Virgil van Dijk is a big, even Joe Matip, as you mentioned, mate, but I'm intrigued to see him in Virgil van Dijk alongside each other, because if you're a Premier League defender, you're not going to want to be playing against them too.
Yeah, he's a good signing. The only concern for me is if he's going to stay fit. That's the only concern, because I always used to talk about Ibrahima Konate, Dayo Upamecano, and Nadi Mukiele at RB Leipzig. They do some very, very good scouting. They do some very good business. They buy the players for cheap, sell them on for big money, and Liverpool, has a good young, tall center back here. Jersey boy, your thoughts on Konate?
It's really annoying that he's going to be the only incoming, but because I think Liverpool really, really, really in the forward, and FSU have been embarrassed in the transfer window. But he's a great centre back. He's a great centre back, and he's going to be a baller when he's older. I think he will be, in 5-6 years' time, he will be leading the French national team with Koundé and Kimpembe. He's a great player, and now the back four is completely locked down. The centre backs have got enough depth now to be fine. There will not be an injury cost like before, but I had literally had a dream where Liverpool had the same problems as defence in forward, where we had to literally play under 23s and front three. So
wow.
Hopefully my dreams aren't reality.
Wow.
But he's a great player, and we got him for 35 million, and we'll see what happens in January, I guess.
Well said. We're going to move on to this next play. This is a new development right here. This is a big one. Odsonne Edouard signs for Crystal Palace from Celtic. Oh, there's nothing really on the fee right now. Fabrizio saying Hudson Edward from Celtic to Crystal Palace, official and confirmed by the club statement. Now deals signed between the two clubs after Edward received many proposals. Patrick Vieira only wanted him. This is a big signing because Benteke, you know what I mean? You have Mateta there, you have who else there? You have Jordan Ayew and Zaha. They need the help. And we know Crystal Palace let go of a lot of players in this summer. So bringing in fresh talent into the squad could only solidify their place in the Premier League for many years to come. Jack, your thoughts and your brief thoughts on Edward.
He's interesting. Definitely what, as you mentioned, he ripped off all the attackers for Crystal Palace. The Benteke struggled really since he come back from Liverpool. Really, they signed him, but he's a great player, Edward. I've seen a couple of games last season in the Scottish League. His level, could he hit the higher heights? But I think he's rumoured of around £15 million. If that is the correct deal, that's a great deal for Crystal Palace, especially considering the current climate in which we do find ourselves in terms of transfer fees. But 15 million, you can't go wrong. And I think it'd be a big, massive factor if you can get Crystal Palace. The central attacking midfield, the back fully fit this season. I think the combination play between those two, I think he'll thrive with him in behind. But he's a big player as well. So I'm intrigued. It's a very smart deal. And I think if you're Edwards, you had the legendary Patrick Vieira ringing you saying, do you want to come to Crystal Palace? I think that would have been one of his idols growing up. And he was like, yeah, good, I'll play. But great deal by Crystal Palace. One of the most smartest deals of this window for 50 million. Great bit of business.
Well said. He was also linked to Arsenal, so it'd be crazy if he goes to Crystal Palace and scores about 15 goals this season, help Palace get about, maybe finish 10th, above Arsenal, who come in about 11th, 12th. They would be like, damn, and Arsenal is just the decision making at the club is just lacking, in my opinion. Jersey boy, what's your opinion on Edward Mendy? Edward Mendy. Hudson Edward.
It's becoming too long now. You've been going crazy.
Oh man.
I think Edward's a good player. He was the front runner. Number 9 for Celtic. I think Celtic now they're losing a lot of players. That's why I think Rangers will win the league again over there. I think it's a good signing. Crystal Palace needed a number 9 because they used to have Ayew and then Benteke. Benteke's getting on now, and Ayew as well. Edward's young and French, and I think he's going to be a good striker when he's young enough, and it was the right move for him to go.
Well said. We have another one. We're going to keep things moving for sure. Definitely have one to share with you. And we're going to just talk about this one and then move on. Badam. Hector Bellerin moves to Real Betis on loan. Big up to my boy Thriller, who is a big Arsenal fan. Thriller, let us know how you feel about this. To the Liverpool panelists and supporters in the chat, has Harvey Elliott leapfrogged Curtis Jones and Ox in terms of the midfield pecking order? Obviously he has. Because I'm going to answer that. I'm not a Liverpool fan, but it's obvious, man, to start back-to-back games, to start against Chelsea. Klopp is actually sending a message here that he is highly regarded and he is trusted, and he has the ability, as we've seen in those 2 games, to control things in the midfield. And oh man, that move early on in the Chelsea game between him and Salah already shows that there's communication and there's a relationship budding right there. So look, people are saying Liverpool are not making any signings, but he's a new signing. He's like a new signing. This will be his first full season in the Liverpool first team. And we know he's the youngest ever Premier League player. Liverpool did some good business to get him off Fulham, and he has a bright future. And it just, Curtis Jones, I think, will get his opportunities, but he just has to be patient. I think he's been struggling with a bit of illness or injury as well. So, yeah, I think Curtis Jones would be okay. I think Harvey Elliott would be good. I don't know too much about Nico Williams. I think Nico Williams need to go out on loan. I think a loan deal for Nico Williams would actually help him. Jack, talk to me.
It's interesting, and I know Ox has just recently had a child as well, but I think that's why he didn't play last week. But you're spot on there, mate, in terms of the evaluation of Elliott. For 18 years old, he could save Liverpool millions further down the road, and the maturity levels, as you mentioned, the great communication aspect from him and Salah. Great players always, even if you've not played loads of minutes, you know instantly within the first minutes they've got a great understanding, especially down that right-hand side. But it just shows the quality and the faith that you mentioned, mate, that Jurgen Klopp puts in this young lad. I know I mentioned before, we don't put too much pressure on him, but we've seen when Trent come into Liverpool's team, he had one or two tricky games against United, but he very much flourished into the play in which he has now and become one of the elite right-backs in the whole of Europe. So who's to say Harvey Elliott? I know he's certainly got the ability, but it's if he can be consistent. And could he be Liverpool's, we spoke about Coutinho before in the comments, the super chat as well. Could he be the Coutinho replacement in terms of dragging midfielders out, dragging centre-backs out? But Curtis Jones, there's still a lot of hype in and around the academy as well. Still 20 years old, very good technically. And I think, as you mentioned, he's been hampered with injuries the last couple of months. But he's got a bright future at the football club. And if he keeps his head down, focuses on his football, he'll get a lot of opportunities this coming season.
Well said, Jack. Well said. But Jersey Boy, what are your thoughts on that question?
So I was listening because I'm listening to Fabrizio about the Saul and Griezmann collapse thing. I do apologize.
Well, the question is from Thriller about the fact that Harvey Elliott have leapfrogged Curtis Jones
Yes,
and
100%.
Ox. Yeah, in the pecking order. Let's talk about Hector Bellerin here. Let's talk about Arsenal's transfer window really quick, and then we'll move on and we'll try to just hit some of these Premier League's transfer dealings this summer. We've just been talking about the big ones just to juice things up, but we also have to give the information on the incomings and the outgoings as well. So Hector Bellerin is leaving, and I think Arsenal, I recently had a good chat with an Arsenal fan. I have to put it out pretty soon. I've just been busy, but I'll get it out. I have time. It's an international break and everything. Look, man, their decision making, I think, is very, very poor. When there was rumors that, I don't know how true the rumors were, but when Barcelona wanted this guy back, when PSG was linked to him, they should have just said, oh, God, yeah, take him, thank God. And now you have to let him go on loan. And then when he might, I'm not going to go too deep into his let me see when his contract expires. Yeah, he's going to go on a free. He's going on a free. You see, his contract expires next season. He's out on a free. So Arsenal wasn't even able to get a fee for him. Not even a little fee, a little 10 mil or something. He's gone. And they should have cashed in when they could. It's the decision making here. And before I let you guys give your thoughts here, I'm just going to run through the Arsenal details. They have actually spent 147 million euros, excluding the Tomiyasu deal. So if you add Tomiyasu, 167 million euros. Florian Balogun came up from the under-23. Nuno Tavares, Albert Sambi Lukanga. Well, Nuno Tavares came in from Benfica. Lukanga from Anderlecht for 17 million. Aaron Ramsdale from relegated Sheffield United for 28 million euros. I'm talking euros and not pounds right now. Martin Odegaard for 35 million euros from Real Madrid. And Ben White for 58 million euros from Brighton. You look at these signings, you look at the age of these players, it's signings for a project. But is Mikel Arteta going to be there for the project? You see what I'm saying? And that's why it's like, do you sack him or do you not sack him? Because the board, they're making these decisions. They're making the decisions to bring in these players that are not going to give you instant gratification and instant success. And Jack, you mentioned this earlier. That's what fans want, instantaneous success, and you're not always going to get that. But at the same time, the board is under pressure because the players are not good enough at the moment, like the players that they brought in and the players already in the squad haven't been good enough to pick up the result. So it's putting Arsenal in a very tricky situation where a new manager may come in and have the same problems unless they're able to get the best out of these players. You see what I mean? So in terms of outgoings, it did make 30 million, and that's from the sale of Joe Willock, basically, and a loan fee from Lucas Torreira. But look at these guys that's going out, right? Joe Willock, Lucas Torreira, Willian, Matteo Guendouzi, William Saliba. These latter two are out on loan. Willian, contract severed, gone to Corinthians for free. But look at these guys have just been brought to the club, and they're gone already. Runnison, brought in last season, he's gone on loan. Hector Bellerin, he's out. David Luiz, done. It's just some bad decision making by Arsenal. And I think that's the reason why they're at the bottom of the pile, even below Norwich City, no goals scored. And it's looking very ominous for Arsenal going forward. Jack, talk to me about this whole situation here.
Yeah, it's a mismanagement from every level, as you mentioned there, mate. You've run through all the players that you've let go and the Willian transferred as well when he comes to Arsenal. That just don't understand that. He spent 70-odd billion on Pepe that season prior in the window when he plays down the right-hand side, Pepe, and William does predominantly play down the right as well. But he offered him, like 200, 300k a week wages, William, and obviously he's terminated his contract. But Hector Bellerin, as you mentioned, mate, he was rumoured to Arsenal did receive a rumoured bid from Paris Saint-Germain a couple of seasons ago for Hector for around 22 million. So, and they've just let him go for what, pennies really now. Mismanagement from every level of the football club, mate. It's more or less like similar to Liverpool before we had Jurgen Klopp. Obviously Rodgers and obviously Hodgson and Kenny as well. It's not as easy, and Liverpool have been there where Arsenal have been in recent years, pre-Jurgen Klopp era. It's whether the fans, but as I mentioned, fans want instant success, and I grew up and always watched that great Patrick Vieira, the Martin Keowns, the Leymans as well, Vieiras, Bergkamps, Henrys, these legendary leaders. Arsenal have not got any leaders on the football pitch at all. And the game against City was a disgrace. And even Granit Xhaka, him throwing the captain's armband, and the fact that Arsenal give him a new contract, what are you doing? It's so badly mismanagement. But it's not going to be a quick fix. It's whether Arsenal keep with Arteta. But I don't think the fans, rightly so, you pay one of the biggest season tickets in the league to watch this performance week in, week out. And no club is ever too big to go down, mate. No, as much as fans say, but if Arsenal don't get out of this hole that they find themselves this season, they could be fighting relegation.
Think about Hamburg. I'm just going to throw this. Hamburg, Werder Bremen, they went down, and it's because of mismanagement. Wolfsburg almost went down. I don't think they'll go down, but you never know, man. You never know. And Jersey Boy, any thoughts on Arsenal before we move on?
Embarrassing.
I think that's enough. I think that sums up.
No. I've got one more word. Finished.
I love
it. Delete club.
I love it. Guys, we have some big ones coming in here from your favorite neighbors. Everton FC have signed Salomon Rondon on a free transfer, signing a 2-year contract with the option of a 3rd season. And this is because, Josh King was signed and Josh King left. Rondon knows how to put the ball in the back of the net. He's known how to play in the Premier League, and the former West Bromwich Albion man is back. The Venezuelan international is back, man. You know what I mean? So let's see how he gets on. I think he'll be more squad player off the bench, and yeah. But it's Everton, not a bad signing. I didn't expect this one. This one caught me by surprise though. But before we talk about that, let's just kill a couple birds with one stone here. And with him coming in, Niels Nkunku goes out on loan. and I think he's going out to it looks like it's let me just click this article. I think it's a Belgian club. Yeah, Standard Liège. He's going to Standard Liège on loan, and Mose Ken has also left the club back to Juventus. So these are the big news there for Everton Football Club. And before we get into what you guys think.
Just for a nip out, mate, just for a second, mate.
All right, yeah.
I'll still be here. Be back in a second.
All right, Jersey boy, you're with me. Thank you very much. Just to touch on Everton's transfer dealings, Demarai Gray, $2 million from Bayer Leverkusen, Andros Townsend on a free from Crystal Palace, Asme Begovic on a free from Bournemouth, and Andy Lonergan from former Liverpool man from West Brom on a free, another goalkeeper there. And now they've brought in, of course, Solomon Rondon. Not the greatest transfer window, but it's these little squad players they need to beef up their team. Departures includes Mose Ken. Bernard went to Sharjah FC for $1 million. Theo Walcott went to Southampton. Matthew Pennington has left the club. Josh King has left. Bannon Jaime has left. Yannick Bolasie, João Virginia on loan. Niels Nkunku on loan. And Mohamed Besic, definitely his contract ended at the club. So that's Everton's transfer dealings. Everton has been doing some good business. They spent $74 million last season, and the season before $121 million. So not a big transfer window this time around. I don't think they need to spend a whole lot of money, but they're just bringing in the players that they actually need. Any thoughts on Everton FC here and their newest signing, Solomon Rondon?
I think it made sense because, for God's sake, Benitez had him at Newcastle. He was balling at Newcastle, so it makes sense to bring him back. And I think Everton have not done that good in the window. They're more than Liverpool, so Liverpool could take the L in the transfer window for sure. But I think they've signed some good players. The only person I'm so confused about what they've signed is Andros Townsend, because I think he's finished. But, he's like a grandpa now.
Yeah. So we got Jersey boy. Is that you playing something in the background there?
Oh, sorry, that's me listening to Fabrizio. The news about the Griezmann stuff is mental.
All right. We got Jack back. All right, Jersey boy, make sure you pay attention. All right, pay attention to what's going on here. All right, so we have Lame Albert trying to come in with the joke. Not funny. We know about that, Albert. That was lame. We know about that, Lame Albert. Pretty lame joke. Everyone knows about that. You're not gonna. I for sure not gonna get baited. So let me see if we have a few new ones, and we'll keep running through what the clubs have done, because that was the main reason for the stream. I planned for it to be 3 hours. We winding down right now. Moises Caicedo, the young Brighton midfielder, will join Beerschot on a season-long loan from Brighton. The agreement has been completed last few minutes. So we're just going to touch on Brighton and their transfer dealings. But Jack, what are your thoughts on Everton, man, before we do move on?
Yeah, it's quite smart business with Rondon, mate. As everyone in chat already, he's worked with Benitez in his time at Newcastle, and I really rated Rondon. Has he been in China or somewhere the last couple of seasons? Mate?
Yeah.
But he's a very good professional. I think it would be a massive asset for Everton, especially if Dominic Calvert-Lewin does get injured this season. You haven't really got. I wouldn't even class Richarlison as an out-and-out striker. He's more or less a wide man. So. But he'd be a great signing, especially to bring off the bench Everton. When you look at their squad, they haven't really got big depth. Obviously, Demarai Gray, another great signing, 1.5 million for them as well. Probably one of the deals of the transfer window if he does continue up the form in which he showed in an Everton shirt. But yeah, it's a great bit of business by Everton. We've just been speaking about Arsenal, haven't we, mate? The mismanagement of Arsenal Football Club from top to bottom. But Rafa is a manager that demands respect, and he demands at least a good structure in place. And that's what you get when you get Rafa. He sorted out Newcastle, didn't he? And even Steve Bruce said when Rafa left, they more or less stayed in the same training regime in which the Newcastle players had. But I think Rondon will very much thrive at Everton.
Well said, and thank you very much. We're going to move on to Brighton and Hove Albion. I just talked about Moises Caicedo, the Ecuadorian, going on. Highly rated youngster, was linked to Manchester United as well. Let's see how well he develops. All the best, young man. But look, Brighton are a club doing some good business, man, because look, they spent 57 million, but they made 60. So they're still in the green. That Ben White money is coming in very handy. They're not a club that they're sponsored by American Express with a stadium and everything. So, they're a well-run club, I think. And Graham Potter has been doing a good job to keep them up in the Premier League and everything. So, for Brighton, they brought in Enoch Mwepu for 23 million from Salzburg. Mark Cucurella, recent, just today. That one I think was completed or yesterday. 18 million from Getafe. Abdallah Sima from Slavia Prague for 8 million, but they sent him out on loan to Stoke City. And they brought in a player by the name of Sherpen from Ajax and Kuoro Mitoma from Kawasaki Frontale, a Japanese player as well. I think those players probably being sent out on loan as well. So in terms of outgoing, Ben White, gone to Arsenal, 58 million euros transfer marked has it listed as. And that's been the main transfer, with Jose Izquierdo, Davy Proper being the other players who's left the club. Also, an interesting one is Andy Zakari. I thought they would have actually kept him. He's gone to Augsburg on loan. Percy Tau, the South African international, to El Ali in Egypt. I thought Percy Tau, he looked good when he played against Man City, and he's gone. He's just gone for good. So that one is a bit of disappointment for me. Florian Andoni, the Romanian international, gone to Cadiz on loan. Jehan Bashki's left the club. Matt Ryan left the club. Bernardo. So they've done a reshuffle. They've really, got rid of a lot of players, a lot of deadwood, and sold on Ben White. And they've refreshed the club to survive yet another Premier League season, and they started really good. They started on the right foot, man. So any thoughts on Brighton there, Jack?
Yeah, Cucurella. I think one thing to note about Graham Potter, as you alluded to there, mate, he's a very good manager. I think he's very underrated within the Premier League. It'd be interesting to see if he does get a bigger job in a couple of years, if he does get poached. But I think given Brighton's budget, as you alluded to, with all the outgoings, they are in the positive, really, in terms of money-wise, but they're very well managed. And if they do stay in the Premier League, it's great from their point of view. But Cucurella, I'm very intrigued from, as you mentioned, Getafe. I think he was very highly rated within European football, and he's a massive plus. The fact that, no disrespect to Brighton, but that they're able to attract a player of that ability to the football club. Obviously, you've had certain other Spanish players at the club in recent years, but I think I'm intrigued to see him, how he does get involved in terms of the Premier League, the physical nature of the Prem, but very, very smart business. And the people at the top of Brighton, in terms of the chief executives and obviously the sporting directors as well, and obviously Graham Potter, very well managed. As we've already, not many clubs, especially Arteta, just need to look in Brighton's direction and take some note.
Well said. Jersey, you got anything to add or no?
I think Brighton have, as I said before, we were talking about the left back. I said that Brighton should have got a striker because the XG, I don't really care about XG, but they've been expecting so many goals, and they've, more pay's not been that great. So I think they need to get a striker, but I think this one they've been very good. They've got a left back, they've got another midfielder. They've got the young Caicedo to go on loan, because I think it's good to get players that are young on loan and get them time. And I think Brighton have ensured that they're going to stay in the Premier League this season.
Well said, man. Yo, listen, you on point, bro. You on point. I love it. Look, let's talk about this one, man. Let's talk about this one. This one is huge. Listen, I know a lot of people don't want to see this man shine, you know what I'm saying? But this is the biggest transfer this summer in the Premier League, I think in all of Europe, right? Yeah, 100 million pounds.
The
man.
world, biggest transfer in the world this season.
Yeah, Jack Grealish, and I think I'm a City fan. Let me talk, okay? Let me talk about my player. I absolutely love it. When I saw when I saw him in the Community Shield, I felt like I was there. It felt so good watching him come on the field. People just happy. I heard a young man scream out, "I love you, Jack!" I was like, and I'm not talking about you, Jack Mac. I'm talking about Jack Grealish, okay? But I was like, God, listen, the influence he's already had on the fans, man. They love him. And he's a star, you know what I'm saying? He could be a little extra sometimes in his off-the-field life. But I think a move to City could just make him a little bit more disciplined. And, you know, we know what happened with Mendy. I'm not saying being at Man City makes you disciplined or whatnot, or with Kyle Walker or whoever. But I'm just saying, for Jack Grealish, as a person, this move could actually help him. He could just realize, like, damn, I'm at the most successful club in the last 10 years. Like, this is crazy. I know people don't say City is not a big club, that there's no fans and whatnot, but the man made a choice, and I think he made the right choice. Already chipped in with a goal, chipped in with an assist. He's starting games. Fans love him. I love him, and he's just gonna be a success at Manchester City, man. So it's just a lovely feeling, and big signing. Keiki, the other signing this summer from Fluminense, a young striker. Keiki actually was kept back at Fluminense, you know, for his development to continue, but City called him early. So I'm hoping that we actually get to see Keiki as well this season. You see what I'm saying? I'm really hoping we get to see him, and he's like a surprise package in the Premier League. And one of the biggest signings, Scott Carson, former Liverpool man, Scott Carson, on a free transfer after he was on loan from Derby County. And you know what I really like? I really like that Pep gifted this man his Premier League debut last season. That was so big. And we were in the position that we could have done that. And that's simply amazing, man. You know what I mean? That is so amazing. That is so freaking amazing. I know a lot of people like to call City plastic and all of that. I've even watched a clip on YouTube today about what's his name again? What's his freaking name, man? Mark Goldbridge, and he's saying how there's just something missing with City and this and that, and oh, it's plastic. Listen, I don't feel that way. When I think about Manchester City, I feel good. I feel love. This club is going places. I know it's a club that was taken over, 2008, and it's the newfound wealth and the newfound success. Being a United fan, of course, you're going to feel some type of way. Of course, you're going to be like, damn, these guys were our, you know what I mean? These guys, we always used to just beat up on them and win titles. They win nothing, and it felt good. You see what I'm saying? It felt damn good, but now money has come into the club. It's like a feeling like, oh my God, they're better than us, and they don't want to admit it. So you see with United, they're trying so hard with Cristiano Ronaldo, with Varane, with Sancho, Bruno Fernandes, Pogba. These is so much money pumped into United as well. Let's see what happens in May. Let's see if us City fans and Liverpool fans who don't like Man United as well are going to have a laugh. Let us see all the best Jack Grealish, and that's in terms of the incomings, outgoings for City. Angelino, 18 mil to RB Leipzig. That one was completed in January. Jack Harrison to Leeds United, 12 million. I like that deal. Lucas Mecha to Wolfsburg. He's a striker. Obviously, Pep identified and said, I don't need a striker. Lucas Mecha, you could go do your thing. You know what I mean? And he's already scoring for Wolfsburg. So it's all good. Sergio Aguero left for Barcelona. Eric Garcia to Barcelona. Patrick Roberts out on loan to Troyes. Philip Sandler out on loan to Troyes. Issa Kabore out on loan to Troyes. These are all sister clubs of Manchester City. Marlos Moreno to KV Kortrijk, also another sister club. And there's also Filip Stefanovic, Rayataro Meshino, Arimane Muric, Daniel Azani, Ko Itakura, and Yanhel Herrera to Espanyol. All these players, most people probably don't even know that City has a little mini loan army going on there. Jack, your thoughts on Jack?
Yeah, what a player. He'll very much thrive, as you alluded to there, mate, in a Manchester City system. Whether City, Guardiola, he likes that false nine up front, doesn't he? Gabriel Jesus in recent weeks has been playing a lot better out in the wide areas. Jack Grealish's got that ability to play central. I think Guardiola in recent weeks has spoken about possibly playing him in that false nine position. He's got the technical ability to play that area, or either on the left or on the right as well. But great signing. 25. I mean, he's just about to turn 26 in a couple of months, but he's still got a lot of developments. His better years are ahead of him, but he should thrive very much so. It was great. Even Aston Villa got a great deal. Obviously, City bought his buyout clause, but I think the fact that Guardiola had identified him early on, and if it was the case that they've chose Grealish over Harry Kane, it just shows how much this season that Guardiola really does rate about Grealish. But I think even Man United fans getting bitter, really, in terms of relations. Every club in world football has had certain periods in time. Man United, Liverpool have had investments in recent years. It's just the fact that Man City have spent the money in the right areas and on the right man in a managerial hot seat. And it's City's time now to really thrive and win trophies. But it'll be phenomenal for Manchester City, mate. There's a massive jump in difference. Obviously, he was a star man for Aston Villa. It was obviously Aston Villa born lad anyway. So he will. There's no qualms in terms of his ability of stepping up this year. He will be one of City's biggest players this year.
Thank you, kind words, Jack. Thank you. At least you're not hating. Yeah, you know, people out here hating, man. People out here want Jack Grealish to fail, but I know you're a positive dude and everything. But yeah, Jersey boy, what are your thoughts on Jack? Not Jack Mack, but Jack Grealish.
Jack Grealish is a baller. He's an amazing player. You know, it was great for Aston Villa. I personally don't think you needed Jack Grealish. I'm not hating on Jack Grealish. I think he's a baller, and I think he would do great for Manchester City. But I just don't think. I think you should have spent 100 million, put 100 million towards a striker. You know, maybe putting that towards the Kane money and got Kane. But I think, you know, you haven't got a striker. But as I said to you before, I think what you guys will do is play Ferran Torres there and Grealish there as false nine, like Liverpool do with Firmino, and then get for Haaland next summer. So I think he'll play all over the front three. I think you'll see sometimes play left wing. You'll see sometimes play cam or 8 or even false 9. You play all over the place, and I think he's a great signing. And he's you know, one of the players I wanted him to come on for England many times in the Euros, but you know, bloody Southgate put him on in the final in extra time and lost England the final. So he's a baller.
Well said, Jersey boy. You smart, man. You said that very smartly. We're gonna move right on, and we're gonna talk a little bit about Spurs. Let's talk about Spurs, man. Let's talk about Spurs. Youngster here going out on loan, and we have Serge Aurier leaving. Serge Aurier is leaving, and where's he going though? Where's he going? Oh, he's gone like nowhere. The club can confirm the departure of Serge Aurier following the mutual termination of his contract. So we'll find out where Serge Aurier goes to pretty soon. Let me see if there's any information on Serge Aurier's departure. Actually, nothing yet. So he's left the club by mutual consent. And look, just to touch on that, that's the latest news there on Tottenham. But just to touch on their dealings this summer, we got to talk about Spurs. You definitely got to talk about Spurs because a big one is not a signing, but them being able to hold on to Harry Kane is huge, man. That is huge. You can't even begin to explain how huge that one is. They've brought in Brian Gill from Sevilla, swap deal with Eric Lamela. Eric Lamela plus 25 mil. That's a big fee. Brian Gill was highly rated last season there for Sevilla. 20 years old, man. When I told you guys about how ambitious this Tottenham club is, I wasn't even joking. Emerson Royale, who we touched on early on in the stream, for 25 mil as well from Barcelona. Pape Sarr, highly rated youngster. 16 million from Metz. Pierre-Luigi Golini on loan, goalkeeper from Atalanta. Christian Romero on loan as well, maybe with an obligation to buy about 50 million euros to Atalanta as well. And they've spent 66 million and maybe a further 50. They spent maybe over 100 million this transfer window. They've only made about 32 million, sold 140 to Europa League champs Villarreal, Toby Alderweireld to Al Duhail for 13 mil, Musa Sissoko 3.5 mil to Watford, Joe Hart to Celtic for 1.2 mil, Danny Rose on a free, Paulo Gaza, don't say the rest, to Fulham on a free, Eric Lamela, Pape Sarr out on loan, and Alfie Whiteman, who they got from Degerfors. I don't know that club. It seems like it's from Sweden. Back to the club on loan. So Tottenham doing the damn thing. Jack, talk to me about Tottenham Hotspur, man.
Very smart business. We were speaking about Brighton before, weren't we, mate? It's very good, shrewd business. And Nuno, I tell you, if he can get the ship sailing and obviously if he can get Harry Kane back up and running, really, in terms of him focusing on his football, getting the goals, and Tottenham will be put in a very strong position. The biggest player, as you've written off the names there, mate, I'm very intrigued with is the Argentinian centre-back. Obviously, he won the Copa America with Romero anyway, from Atalanta. When we played them in the past, Atalanta in the Champions League, it was a player that was very much identified in Serie A. He's come with a big pedigree, really. A lot of very well-respected Italian journalists have been speaking of Fabrizio as well. They really do rate this fella, and the fact that they've got him on a loan to see how he does in the Premier League, and if he can develop, and he does take to the Premier League very well, then it's a great option to buy, really. It's a win-win for Tottenham, and really, because if he doesn't do well as expected, then he can just send him back. But he's a great young player, and obviously you mentioned Gil from Sevilla as well. It's a great bit of business, considering Lamela really didn't really hit the heights, obviously. But it's good that especially keeping, as you mentioned, Harry Kane is very important for any potential success this season. But if he does secure Tottenham Champions League football, then I think Levy will quite rightly be like, that's good business if he can get the Champions League money as well this season.
I'd like to see if they could actually win the Conference League as well. You know what I mean? That'd be a trophy. That's a trophy.
Yeah. First one in a while.
I know. Talk to me, Jersey boy, about Tottenham.
Tottenham have done great this window. You know, they've got Romero. I know it's a loan, but it's actually kind of like a permanent deal, because Spurs, I'm getting tired now. Spurs have said that they're going to pay at the end of the loan. I think he's a great centre-back. You know, Fabrizio Romano said that he thinks that Romero was the best Serie A centre-back last season. So I think he's great, going to shore up their defence. They've got Emerson Royale, who's great. You know, they've now got Doherty and Emerson. So I think probably they'll play Emerson when it's a back four, and then Doherty when they're playing wing backs. And they're doing great this window. And I think the most important thing is they kept Kane. You know, the thing is, I know you wanted Kane, Dom, and City wanted Kane. But I think the fact that they kept Kane, even though I think they're keeping him hostage, is that Kane is going to do well. They've now got Brian Gill, and I think the team looks much better. And I think with Nuno, they will get 5th or 6th. something like that. And I think they will do better than last season. And honestly, I honestly really feel if they do not win the Conference League, it's a flop. Come on. The only good team in there is Roma. They can beat Roma.
So wait, you're telling me you don't think Spurs are going to win the Premier League this season?
No way.
Whoa.
No
What?
way. There's more of a chance of Liverpool signing Mbappe in the next 2 seconds and Tottenham winning the bloody Premier League.
But we are going to go full circle. We're going to go back to Saul Niguez, and it's official. He just tweeted it again. That paperwork is signed. Everything is done. And just to touch on Chelsea signings and outgoings this season, and then we move on to the next club, and I'm winding down. I want to make sure I go through all the clubs because I won't be talking about much transfer dealings again. I got to keep the thing moving. Arrivals, Romelu Lukaku, 115 million euros from Inter Milan. He has already banged one into the back of the net. Marcus Bettinelli from Fulham, goalkeeper there on a free. And that's about it in terms of incomings. You could add Trevor Chalobah to the list from the Chelsea under-23 team. He was out on loan. They have also done some great business. They're actually in the green in terms of, net spend. So Tammy Abraham, 40 million to Roma. Mourinho now at Roma. That's big money, man. Kurt Zuma to West Ham, 35 million euros. Fikayo Tomori to AC Milan, 29 million euros. Chelsea could have built another squad and sent another squad over in another league and won that league, it seems. Davido Zappacosta, the Italian, 9 million to Atalanta. Victor Moses to Spartak Moscow for 5 mil. Players going out on loan, Bakayoko to AC Milan. Then there's Olivier Giroud, 1 million to AC Milan. Kennedy to Flamengo. And all these have loan fees as well. Emerson Palmieri to Olympic Lyon. Michy Batshuayi to Besiktas. There's Marco Van Ginkel finally left the club on a free. Danilo Pantic on a free. Izzy Brown on a free. Ethan Ampadu out on loan. Danny Drinkwater out on loan to Reading. Abdul Babarahman out on loan to Reading. Matt Miazga to Alaves. Jakes Clark Salter, who I used in FIFA a couple of times, to Coventry. Billy Gilmore to Norwich. Jamal Blackman left the club, and Willie Caballero left the club as well. A lot of good business here for Chelsea. And look, man, they touted as favorites. Jersey Boy, I think you give your thoughts on Chelsea earlier, so I want to hear what Doug is saying. That nope, Saul deal is in jeopardy. Apparently, no, he just tweeted out like one.
No, yeah, he's just said now
tweeted.
That the Premier League gave him 50 more minutes, and it's all signed. It's the Griezmann one that's a little bit we don't know yet.
It's done. Yeah, he's tweeted. Fabrizio don't play, man. Saul will play for Chelsea Football Club. The deal is done and completed. Here we go, confirmed. They're signing now. All paperwork. It's done. Jack, tell me your thoughts on Chelsea's transfer dealings and their chances of winning the Premier League this season.
Yeah, they're being boosted with signing Saul, mate. He's a very good player, especially in a Tuchel system. We see in Liverpool, Chelsea at the weekend. It was before the red card, it was the intensity was probably the biggest head-to-heads we've had already 3 weeks into the Premier League, but he'll adapt very well. He's got all the attributes of a Tuchel player, and him alongside the likes of Kante, Kovacic, and the other midfielders that they've got at the football club, Mason Mount as well. But yeah, they've been very smart. We've mentioned Lukaku early on in the video. They've done right business, and I tell you, adding him is a massive plus for them this season. Because Saul, he can play a variety of positions. I think he played left wing back already this season for Atletico Madrid. He's played right back as well, midfield. But it's basically the Spanish James Milner or something. He can play everywhere, but it'll be a massive plus for Chelsea. And obviously, as you mentioned, the outgoings at the football club, they have got a lot of young players. Chelsea years ago, they used to sign every young player under the sun, but it's great to see players that have left and obviously on loan, but they've got a bright future. Chelsea's academy is still very strong, but it's a massive positive. And Chelsea have done the correct business. And I think keeping Callum Hudson-Odoi as well. I think Leicester were linked with him this window, this week. But I think they turned the option down for him to go out on loan to Leicester, which Callum, if he can stay fit, obviously back from his injury, in which he had a couple of years ago, but he's a very good player, and Dortmund were expressing an interest in him, but great that he kept hold of him.
Well said, Jack. Well said. We're going to keep it moving, and we're going to keep going through these clubs, man. Burnley. Let's talk about Burnley. Look here, man. Welcome to Burnley, Connor Roberts. This name sounds familiar. He's a Welsh international, and Burnley doing some business, man. This is very nice to see. I know they recently got taken over, like an investment from the Americans. Alan Pace. What's his name? Alan Pace, I think his name was. Yeah, something like that. But Burnley have actually spent 30 mil in this current window, and they've made 9 mil with the sale of Ben Gibson to Norwich. And in terms of incoming, I have to give Burnley some plaudits here, man. They making some moves, and look, Connor Roberts. But we're gonna go and we're gonna just look at the media section right here. Where's the media section, man? Come on, stop playing with me. They have signed Maxwell Cornet from Olympique Lyon as well. So big up to Maxwell Cornet on his move to Burnley. I wish him all the best. And I think Burnley needed a little bit of variety in their team, you know what I'm saying? And Maxwell Cornet is definitely going to add that. So there's Nathan Collins as well, brought in from Stoke City for 14 million. I don't know that player very, very well. They brought in Jacob Bedu from Scunthorpe, and don't know that player very well. But Wayne Hennessy from Crystal Palace, of course. He's a very experienced Premier League goalkeeper, Welsh international. Aaron Lennon back at the club. He was over in Turkey as well. So they've done some business, and this could actually be the difference in them staying up or going down, or struggling to stay up, or just cruising this season. So there's also Robbie Brady has left the club. Josh Benson, Bailey Peacock-Farrell, we know he's gone out on loan. Jimmy Dunn has gone to QPR. Lucas Jensen to Carlisle on loan. Jack, talk to me a little bit about Burnley. You don't have to stay long. Just
Cornet's very intriguing. Obviously, if you take away Dwight McNeil out of that Burnley side, they lack a lot of creativity. And Cornet is quite very quick. We've seen him in the French League One.
Jack, trust me, I know about Cornet.
Yeah, no.
Trust me.
Is he good? Is he a good player? Have you seen a lot of him?
You saw the Lyon. Have you saw the Lyon City match in the Champions League? Yeah. And during the group stages, it's Cornet. This guy Cornet. I have a freaking bone to pick with you. Talk to me again.
He's come back. He's come back to bite you in the arse.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, it's very different that he's went to. It's very unlike Burnley in terms of the way they identify a player, but it's great. Sean Dyche, I think he'll be made up to have a player of that ability, but I'm intrigued to see how this goes, mate. But it's definitely something that Burnley were lacking in terms of their squad.
Jersey boy, talk to me. Where's Jersey boy? Is he with us? Is Jersey boy with us? Talk to me, Jersey.
We all know about Maxwell Cornet. You know, he's haunted you many times. He was in that 3-1 game where you were crying on was it stream or video?
Bro, I wasn't crying, bro. Stop telling lies. Stop telling lies on me.
Okay, fine. You were whining then. But anyway, I remember he scored one of the weirdest goals I've ever seen. Like, he just curled it right across. And I think it's a good signing. I was kind of shocked to see Burnley sign him. And it's crazy to see Burnley have signed more players than Liverpool this season. But, you know, I think Cornet's going to be good. He can play midfield. He can play left back. And I think it's exactly what Burnley need.
Well said. So I'll just leave him on the screen right there for now, because I don't want to move around too much. My energy levels are waning. So just want to touch on these other Premier League clubs, and then we just wind things down. Watford arrivals, Imran Louza, 10 million from Nantes. Emmanuel Dennis, 4 million from Club Brugge. Moussa Sissoko, 3 million from Spurs. Ozan Tufan on loan from Fenerbahce. Matty Pollock from Grimsby Town, 300 mil. They brought in Danny Rose on a free, Ashley Fletcher on a free from Middlesbrough, Josh King on a free. Listen, these guys are trying their best not to go down. Quado Ba from Rochdale undisclosed. Peter Etebo from Stoke on a loan. We've seen he's already playing. Uraj Kushka from Parma on a loan. He's already playing. Pontus Dahlberg, that's it for incomings. They spent 18 mil. In terms of players going out, Will Hughes to Crystal Palace. We talked about Palace, but we didn't actually mention the Will Hughes deal. So that is something we have to mention as well. We know how integral he was at Watford, but he's gone to Crystal Palace. Craig Dawson to West Ham United from Watford as well. Ben Wilmot to Stoke. And there's been a few players I didn't even realize Troy Deeney has left the club for Birmingham on a free. Wow. I didn't even notice. Andre Gray to QPR on a loan. And Isaac Success to Udinese. That's a sister club, so they just swap players all the time. And Alberto Penaranda, Venezuelan international there. And that's the main ones, really. Jack, how you think Watford will do? Do you think they'll survive?
It's difficult, mate, and it's very much a yo-yo team in and out of the Premier League. As you mentioned, the defence is a massive part, similar to Norwich. Both sides, well, you've got to surely figure out the back. But as you mentioned, it's weird watching Watford with no Troy Deeney. And he's been at the football club for so many years, and he's a Watford legend, more or less anyway. But Sissoko, I think it was 1.52 million. He went to Watford as well. So obviously they lost Decore to Everton the previous window just gone anyway. But I think they should, if Sarr can continue the development in which he showed already this season, that was a massive plus that they kept him in the Championship. But if they can get a bit more goals this year, it just depends if they can solidify that defensive unit. But some great signings from Watford this summer, mate.
Thank you very much, man. Big news coming in from Fabrizio. Final checks of the paperwork, and then Griezmann to Atletico Madrid. Luke de Jong to Barcelona, that I don't understand why. Work in progress is absolutely not collapsed. Deadline day is big.
Yeah, he's just said now that he's just been told that everything is done.
Yeah. Pretty much. So we're just gonna run through Brentford. They brought Christopher Ayer in from Celtic, 15 million. Celtic's made some money here. Hudson Edward, and now Christopher Ayer. So that's good. That'll help them rebuild and try to beat Rangers. Frank Onyeka from Midtjylland, 10 million. Johan Wissa from FC Lorient, 10 million. Miles Pert Harris, youngster from Chelsea. Alvaro Fernandez from Huesca. Mids Batstrup, promoted from the youth team. And in terms of departures, free. Players going out on free, they haven't made any money. Henrik Dalsgaard, Emiliano Macundes. These are guys that helped them come up. Luke Daniels, Patrick Gunnison, Ellery Balcom, and Alvaro Fernandez, the aforementioned Alvaro Fernandez. I think that might be when his loan deal ends next season. So Jack, you think they're staying up the way they started?
Yeah, very much so, mate. Ivan Toney, I watched a lot of him last summer. Scored obviously over 30 goals in the Championship. I know like about 8 or 9 of them were penalties, but if you can get Toney scoring goals in the Premier League, even if he gets 10, 15 goals, it'll be a massive plus for them. But as we've seen against Arsenal, they're very capable of playing football. We've seen Sheffield United come up from the Championship, had a great first season, and then second season you got very much found out. Will Leeds, that be the case for Leeds this season? We'll find out. But I think there's enough quality within that Brentford side. Technically, I think they don't look out of place. And there's certain teams, when they do come back into the Premier League after so long out, that they look out of the depth. But I think there's a lot, obviously, as you mentioned there, very shrewd business, and obviously their model with their academy facilities as well. They basically don't even have an under-23s, do they? They just buy young talent and just thrust them straight into the first team. But I think I had them finishing think it was like 12th or 10th this season with pre-season predictions. So I think he will surprise a lot of teams this year, mate.
They might just finish ahead of Arsenal, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It won't be that hard.
Jersey boy, you have anything to say about Brentford before we move on?
Brentford have done good so far. I was shocked. I was seriously shocked when they beat Arsenal 2-0. I thought it was going to be a smashing by Arsenal going to smash Brentford, but I think Brentford done good so far, and I look forward to see how they do in the season. And I've got them staying up, so hopefully they do stay up because I think they're a quality club, and I'm a huge fan of Ivan Toney as well. So let's see what happens for Brentford this season, but hopefully they stay up.
Yeah, I didn't make any predictions, but they've started well. They started really well. We're gonna move on to the next club. This will be quick. Newcastle United arrivals only Joe Willock, 29.4 million euros from Arsenal. And in terms of outgoing, Christian Atsun to Al Rayed for free. Yoshinori Muto to Vissel Kobe for free. I think they had to actually pay him to leave the club too. And Florian Lejeune to Alaves, undisclosed fee. Matty Longstaff to Aberdeen for on loan. Andy Carroll has left the club, and they have finally got rid of Henry Saivet. Finally got rid of. I don't know how many people know about the Henry Saivet thing, but yeah, they got rid of him. So talk to me about Newcastle, man, Jack.
It's frustrating. I've got a couple of Geordie mates as well down in Newcastle, and it's disappointing. I think they're like similar to Liverpool. They want their owners to spend money, but actually he's a very shrewd man, penny pinching really. But if they stay in the Premier League, I'm deeply concerned. But Bruce is a good enough manager, but it's the expectations every season. What do they want? Top 10, top 14, top 15? But it's going to be disappointing that they haven't done a lot more business. But if they can keep hold of Alan, obviously Alan St. Maximin, what a player.
Yeah.
But it's not looking good for Newcastle this season, mate.
Well said. Jersey, or anything?
Newcastle. I've got a few friends who are Newcastle fans, and I feel really bad for how they've been treated. And the owner he's an idiot, and he's treated the club like utter rubbish. And they had one chance to get such a huge, takeover, just like Manchester City. And I actually think their takeover will probably be even more than Manchester City because it was two owners working together. It was ridiculous the amount of money they were going to put in, and the Premier League went no. And I kind of feel bad for them. And they're not spending much, but Willock did bits. Willock did bits for them when he was on loan, and I think it was great to see them finally sign Willock because I think Willock is going to be a baller for Newcastle.
Well said. Official Pablo Sarabia joined Sporting CP from PSG. He must be pissed off that he's not getting to play with Messi all season, though. Ah, man. You know what I mean? But we're going to move on to the next Premier League team. I want to finish these Premier League clubs. This one will take some time. This is Norwich City. They have spent 66 million. They have made 38 million, mostly through the sale of Emiliano Buendia. Let me just talk about the departures here. Emiliano Buendia to Aston Villa. Mario Vrancic to Stoke on a free. Philip Hayes to Karlsruhe on a free. Moritz Leitner to Zurich on a free. Tom Tribal to Hanover on a free. Oya Nealon to Bournemouth on a free. Marcus Stiepermann to Paderborn free. Lewis Thompson to Portsmouth on a free. Sam McCallum to QP on a loan. We have Austin Oxborough to Barnet on a loan. Onel Hernandez to Middlesbrough on a loan. Jordan Hugill to West Brom on a... Oh my God, this is so much, man. I'm not even going to go through all this. Tim Close has left the club, so that's about it. Sebastian Soto, who they recently signed to Porto B on a loan. Daniel Sinani to Huddersfield on a loan, recent signing. And that's about it. Not Brett, I'm not going through those. But they because I have so many signings to go through. Look, they've signed a lot of players. Christos Zolis from PAOK, 11 mil. Milo Rashica from Werder Bremen, 11 mil. Josh Sargent, American International, 9.5 mil from Werder Bremen. Ben Gibson for 9.3 mil from Burnley. Dimitrios Giannoulis from PAOK as well, 7.5 mil. Pierre-Lise Melou from Nice, 6 mil. Angus Gunn from Southampton, 5.8 mil. Backup goalkeeper. Today, Ozan Kabak on loan, plus 4 million from Schalke. They brought in Billy Gilmore on a loan from Chelsea. Brandon Williams on a loan from Manchester United. And it's just a whole lot of signings where, in my opinion, I don't think it's going to make a big difference whether they stay up or whether they go down, in my opinion. I might be harsh right now. Let's see what happens. But from my assessment, that these players aren't going to really move the needle, man. Unless, let's see what they do against Arsenal, though, before we start talking.
3 points to Norwich, that means.
Oh, man. Talk to me about Norwich, though, Jack.
Yeah, well, when we played them already this season, they give it a go. I tell you, the fact that they've played Manchester City and Liverpool, yes, they got absolutely battered by both of us, but it's not like they didn't have chances. They got, as you mentioned, Jeff Sargent, Rashika coming in, very good technically, a lot of pace offers. Timo Pukki, will he be playing alongside them? But interesting that Kabak did sign today. I know Norwich, he signed a couple of players and they got injured already this season in this transfer window, but it's massive, as we spoke about with certain other teams tonight, mate. It's difficult, and I'd very much agree with you there, mate. I can't see them staying in the Premier League. It'd be difficult for them, but I just think they needed a bit more in terms of defensive structure, mate, but it'd be difficult. But all the best to them. They play football the right way, in a positive way as well.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run through Crystal Palace. Don't need anybody's, I just want to get through these so that we know we talk about these transfers. But Mark Guehi, 23.34 mil from Chelsea under 23s. That's some great business. Joachim Andersen from Lyon, 7.5 mil. Hudson Edward from Celtic, 6.3 mil. Michael Olise, a youngster from Reading, 9.3 mil. We have Will Hughes from Watford, 7 mil. Remy Matthews from Sunderland on a free. Jacob Montes from New England Revolution, undisclosed fee. And Conor Gallagher on loan. 73 million spent this window by Crystal Palace. So they are backing Patrick Vieira, and he has to deliver. Players outgoing: Andros Townsend to Everton, Patrick Van Aanholt to Galatasaray. I didn't even realize that former Liverpool man Mamadou Sakho left for Montpellier on a free. Wayne Henderson on a free to Burnley. Gary Cahill to Bournemouth on a free. Scott Dan to Reading on a free. James McCarthy. So there's no more MacArthur and McCarthy. He's gone to Celtic. Jacob Montes went out on loan. Conor Gallagher, well, that's the end. But players who's left as well: Connor Wickham without a club, Sam Woods and Stephen Henderson. And we're gonna just keep things going, just to run through these clubs. And you guys will give your thoughts at the end of it all if you have any thoughts. But Southampton, I just want to make sure I'm a kind of guy, Jack. I like to complete things. I don't want to be like, I'm tired. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm done. I can't do anymore.
I'm not done.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying every second, mate. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. So for Southampton, Adam Armstrong, very highly rated Championship striker there from Blackburn, 17.7 million euros. Romain Perrault from Stade Brest, 12 million, and has looked good already. Lyanco, a Brazilian defender from Torino, 7.5 mil. Valentino Livramento, 5.9 million from Chelsea under 23, and he has looked a baller. Theo Walcott from Everton on a free. Armando Broja from Chelsea under 23s on loan. Thierry Small on loan from Everton. Well, bought from Everton under 23, and that'll be it. But this is some typical Southampton type business where they could go on to develop these players into just really good players. You know who comes to mind? Come on, talk to me, Jack. Who comes to mind?
Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, the Bales, the Theo Walcotts of the world as well. They had and Luke Shaw as well come through the Southampton academy. But they've probably got one of the best academies in England, really. I tell you, mate, if you kept all those players, I tell you, Southampton, Nathaniel Klein, Dejan Lovren, Fonte, obviously just won the league. So they've had great players, Victor Wanyama, at certain moments, but yeah.
Virgil van Dijk,
Virgil, Van Dijk as well.
Sadio Mane.
Imagine in the other dimension to have them won the league.
Yeah, they'd have some squad as well.
Yeah, imagine if they kept their players though. But for outgoing, they made some money. They made 64 million and spent 43 million. So the club's doing some great business. If they manage to stay up, we considered it some great business. Danny Ings to Aston Villa, 35 million. Yannick Vestergaard to Leicester, 17 million. Angus Gunn to Norwich. He didn't really work out after the 9-0 drubbing there. Mario Lemina to Nice, 5 mil. Ryan Bertrand on a free to Leicester. Wesley Hoot to Anderlecht after he spent some time over in Italy. Michael Obafemi has left for Swansea. That one I didn't know about. So, Josh Sims is without a club as well. And Jake Hesketh has gone to Islay on a free transfer. So we are learning some things. Dan Lundalu was sent out to Lincoln City on loan as well to develop. So we are learning some things from this, and that's why I want to go through everything, because we talk Premier League, we analyze these teams, and it's good to know these things though. Even if you might not have it readily available on your tongue, you'll know it. Somebody just need to activate it and you're like, oh yeah, I did see that, man. I did see that. Yeah, so that is why it's good to just go through everything. So in terms of Leeds United, just going to touch on Leeds United here. They brought in Daniel James, as we know, big money transfer from Manchester United. We talked about him earlier, 29 million euros. Junior Firpo, 15 million from Barcelona. Jack Harrison, after being there about 3 seasons on loan, for 12 million from Manchester City. Christopher Clausen from Vålerenga for 2 million. And they spent 58 million euros. In terms of outgoing, Edgan Alioski comes to mind. Pablo Hernandez comes to mind. Kiko Casilla go out on loan to Elche. Leif Davis. Ian Poveda to Blackburn on a loan is an interesting one. Gaetano Berardi has left the club, and that's just the notable ones. And we are going to move on. But Jack, do you think that there'll be a second season syndrome here for Leeds United after a long period away?
Yeah, I spoke about Sheffield United. I think even when Leeds played against United, they played exactly as good as and exciting as Bielsa is. You can't continue to attack the way in which they do. There's got to be some counterbalance, really. Teams will have found them out, like Sheffield. I know Leeds have probably got a better squad than Sheffield did have, but if they continue attacking the way they do, United could have scored 10 past them in that game a couple of weeks ago. But even when we will play Leeds, we'll probably open them up. They're a team that do come at you. But you've got to be very careful. I know obviously the signings as well, but Bielsa, he's a great manager, but it'd be interesting to see if he's changed his developments in terms of his tactics. But you've got to be very careful that they don't have second season syndrome, as you said there, mate. But I think it will be that case. A lot of teams would have figured them out.
Yeah. Jersey boy, any thoughts before we move on to the next team?
So my thing just glitched. My headphones just unplugged. Can you say that again, please? Sorry.
Any thoughts on Leeds United this season?
No, Leeds has done really good. I think Bielsa's now got a proper squad now to challenge. I think maybe the next transfer window, maybe January, need to get another CDM, because the problem is I noticed that every time Phillips is out the team, it just doesn't work. So I think it's very good they've got Daniel James. Paveda's gone on loan to get some minutes. They've got Firpo, who I think is a great left back. I think Liverpool were linked to him a few seasons ago, before he went to Barcelona. I think they've had a great transfer window. Really.
Well said. And we're gonna move on to West Ham United, where they've done some good business in the last couple of days. Kurt Zuma from Chelsea, 35 million euros. Nikola Vlasic from CSKA Moscow for 30 million euros, a former Everton man. Alex Krall from Spartak Moscow on a loan plus 3.5 million. Craig Dawson, we know, bought from Watford. Great piece of business. Alphonse Areola brought in from PSG on a loan. And we have that's just about it in terms of incomings. 72 million. Outgoings, Fabian Balbuena has left the club for Dinamo Moscow. Felipe Anderson, his stint didn't really work out. He had some flashes of brilliance, but all in all, it was a flop at West Ham United. Frederick Alves, who maybe a youngster player don't know that well, gone to Sunderland on a loan, and Connor Coventry to Peterborough on a loan. West Ham United, guys. Oh man, I have to say, one of the most exciting teams in the Premier League. They are now a top 6 club, and it would be crazy if they're able to solidify their place as indeed a top 6 club to let's say replace Arsenal.
Yeah, they were 3 points off Champions League football, weren't they, last season? Yep. So they were very close. David Moyes, as we alluded to, he's a very experienced manager. I think one was speaking to a couple of West Ham mates as well this week. They were gutted that they couldn't quite get a backup to Antonio. I think he could run into problems. He started the season like a house on fire, really. He's played very good. If they can keep him fully fit into the back end of the season, he'll be a massive asset to this West Ham side, shouldn't you? Souček, sorry, I really do rate him. Interesting that he didn't go for Lingard, whereas he mentioned Vlasic, the ex-Everton man. I think he's very good in that West Ham system, getting forward, up and down the pitch, and he complemented very well with Souček in the middle of the park as well. So, and Zuma, great signing, 25 million, cracking bit of business by David Moyes there, and it's looking very positive for West Ham this season.
Well said. We're just going to keep it moving. We're going to talk about Wolves. They brought in Riot 8 Nori, who was there on loan, 11 million from Angers. Jose Sarr replacing Rui Patricio from Olympiacos, 8 mil. Yesen Mosquera from Atlético Nacional from Colombia, 5 mil. Bundeguz Bola from Mol Vidi FC, that's their former name. Feheva from the Hungarian league there for 2 million. And Francisco Trincao on loan from Barcelona, and he looks really good already. Hee-chan Wang, or Hwan Hee-chan, the South Korean international from RB Leipzig on loan, and they need to get their act together. They have no points, no goals scored. Adama Traoré just keep throwing away all the goals, and they need to really start putting the ball in the back of the net. In terms of departures, Rafa Mir to Sevilla, 16 mil. Rui Patricio to Roma, 11 mil. Owen Otosowi, an American, to Club Brugge for 4 mil. And they have a bunch of guys going out on loan, including Ruben Vinagre to Sporting, Patrick Cutrone to Empoli. And it's now been revealed that Morgan Gibbs-White is going out on loan again. God damn. He just played in the game on the weekend there. So 31 million recouped. So they're in the green in terms of their transfers there. Wolves, Jack and Jersey, Bruno Lage, man. Is he going to come in large or is he going to come in small, man? He's looking really small so far. No points. Do you think they'll get their act together? Or Wolves, a recent championship club, could be going back down with the departure of Nuno Espirito Santo and a few key players?
Yeah, good Jersey, mate. There you go. Yeah.
For me, I think For me, I think the problem is scoring goals, and for me, I have a slight little feeling that the reason why they haven't scored many goals is I really think that Raul Jimenez is a bit scared, because you've got to realise the injury he did was probably a few centimetres away from being a career ender, because like this part of his skull was completely cracked. He now has to wear a headband for the rest of his life, because kind of like Peter Cech, because any contact on that could re-crack the skull open, and he could get brain damage. So I just fear that Raul Jimenez is really scared of doing headers and that kind of stuff, because he's scared of injuring himself. But I think at one point he will just know that that head ban will keep him safe, and he'll be able to head again. And we all know that Adama Traore is absolutely garbage 1-on-1. You know, the only time I've seen him score 1-on-1 was when he single-handedly destroyed Manchester City. But that's it. That's the only time he's done it, and then he's left for the rest of that.
They're only good for Man City, man. They're only good for Man City. Cornet and Adama and all of them, man.
they're Man City merchants. Man City
Basically.
merchants.
Talk to me briefly, Jack, about
I'm surprised he didn't at least go for a more natural goal scorer. I think that Wolves setup, like we've seen under Nuno and Bruno Lage this season, I think he's played very well. I think the first weekend, whoever he played, but he played very well in terms of he's not warranted. He deserved a lot more points on the board than they actually have got. They should pick up a bit of form coming next after the international break, really. But as Jersey was saying, Adama couldn't finish his dinner, could he? Like he just kept like the amount of chances that man. If he could finish, he'd be worth 100 odd million, mate. Wouldn't he? Like Adama, if he could actually finish a football, he'd be some player.
maybe he needs to be on. Maybe if he had gone to Liverpool or to City, Pep or Jurgen Klopp could have actually unlocked that part of his game, man. So it's just sad. It is sad because he's so exciting. It's so exciting to watch. Yeah. So exciting. I'm telling you, I watched the United game. I was, salivating at the mouth. I'm telling you. I was just praying for him to score, and it's like, oh my God, my prayers went on deaf ears. I don't understand why this guy is so terrible in front of goal. He's had so many chances so far. What he does, side foot the ball. 1v1 with the keeper. Come on. Listen. Come. Mo Salah 1v1 will bend that around the keeper or just do something, go around the keeper goal or chip the keeper.
Adama's quick enough to knock it past the opposition players, and he just run round.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
No joke. If he could finish, I swear to God, he could have had a hat trick or 4 goals against Man United. He could probably be one of the best wingers in the world. But sadly, he's a Man City merchant. You only come up against Man City once. The last time he played against you, he did absolutely nothing.
So we're winding down, and we had Aston Villa arrivals. Emi Buendia, who showed his class in the last game there with that wicked goal. He's came in from Norwich for 38.4 million. Danny Ings for 35 million from Southampton. Leon Bailey from Bayer Leverkusen for 32 million. And Jack, I'm gonna let you know, when you're done, check out a song called I think the song is called Baller. I can't remember it, but it's from an artist called, I think his name is TJ. TEEJAY. TJ. It's called Baller, and he's like saying Baller, Leon Bailey. You know, that reggae dancehall music, you know. Yeah, so that's a nice song. So check it out.
Check it out. Yeah, definitely.
Because Leon Bailey is definitely a baller at club level, but whenever he puts on a Jamaican shirt, it's like, I don't know what it is, man.
He's one of those type of players, and he's electric, who's just been mentioned. And Adama, he's one of those players that gets you on the edge of the seat, and he's a very 30 odd million wanted or something for Aston Villa signing for. Yeah, like him and Buendia. I think one of the signings of the season that I'm looking interested from an outside point of view is Buendia. Whether he takes his form in which he had at his previous club to Aston Villa, it's set up, it's geared up so much for him. And then you've got Danny Ings as well. Just been speaking about Wolves. I think Wolves could have done with Danny Ings.
Exactly.
That type of player. But they're set up very well, and they've spent the Grealish money very well. Something that when Tottenham got that Gareth Bale money, they didn't quite spend it the right way, did they?
So in terms of departures here, I'm not done with Aston Villa. They brought in Ashley Young, and he's been heavily involved, big time. And they also brought in Axel Tuanzebe, which I think is a good bit of business. Again, they had him before on loan. So Jack Grealish, big departure, 100 million pounds. Mbwana Samata, who was like a panic buy back in, I think that was 2020, or yeah, that was 2020 January. He was brought in panic buy from one of them from Genk, I think. It didn't really work out. He did score a goal, I think, against Manchester City, if I'm not mistaken, a consolation goal. And he's been shipped out to Fenerbahce for 6 million. Bjorn Engels gone to Royal Antwerp for 4 million. Tom Heaton to United. Wesley out on loan back to Club Bruges. Conor Hourihane to Sheffield United on loan. Frederick Gilbert to Strasbourg on loan. So Ahmed El Mohammadi has left the club. And Neil Taylor, who has Indian background, by the way, guys, if you don't know, has left the club. So if I wanted to put together an Asian 11, man, Neil Taylor is no longer at the club. So that's it for Aston Villa. And let's see how well they get on without their talisman, Jack Grealish. We only have a few more clubs to touch on. I think I've touched on all the bottom ones. I've definitely double checked. And we haven't talked about Leicester. And we haven't gone through some of the other teams just to go through the transfers. We've talked a lot today. I've talked a lot. And it's good that I had you guys on here to help ease up just me alone talking, because I would have lost my voice already. But Leicester City, man, they've done some great business. Patson Daka from RB Salzburg, 30 million euros. Boubakary Soumaré from Lille, 20 million, highly rated. Yannick Vestergaard from Southampton for 17 million. Ryan Bertrand from Southampton on a free. Ademola Lookman, who I think is a great signing on loan from RB Leipzig as well. And that's it. In terms of outgoings, Rashid Ghezal didn't really work out. He was brought in as like a Riyad Mahrez type player from the French league. I was excited to see what he did, but he didn't really work out at all. Dennis Pratt to Torino on loan didn't work out as well. Highly rated Belgian, used to play I think for Sampdoria. Christian Fuchs on a free to Charlotte in the second tier, USL. Wow, he gone to play in USL. I saw him doing a bit of punditry during the Euros. Matty James to Bristol City on a free. Sam Hughes to Burton on loan. And Wes Morgan, big up to the boy Wes Morgan, who has officially retired and goes down as a club legend. So that is awesome, man. Jack, how you think Leicester will do this season, man?
It's interesting, mate. Defensively, Fofana got injured in a horrible challenge against, I think it was Villarreal, one of the Spanish teams anyway, this season. They brought in Vestergaard. He's injured at the minute. A lot of depleted defensively with Leicester this year. But Patson Daka, mate, he's quite a very good natural finisher at RB Salzburg. And similar to obviously Haaland when he used to play for them. He's a big talent, and I'm intrigued to see. I know he's not been playing a lot of minutes at the minute, Daka, but if he does get a run of games, whether he does continue, gets on the score sheet really, and just continues to bang goals. But very shrewd business by Leicester, and especially keeping hold of Tielemans was one, and Maddison as well. That is massive for them. We've talked about certain other clubs tonight that have regained the services. Obviously, Harry Kane for Tottenham, but I think Tielemans and Maddison that are staying at Leicester. Massive pluses, mate.
Big up to everybody in the chat, man. I appreciate everybody who has stuck around for this marathon transfer deadline day live stream. I didn't plan to go this long. I was thinking about 3 hours and call it a day because I have things to do. But oh man, this is a marathon stream. I don't do 4-hour streams like that. Maybe 2.5 hours and I'm out. But goddamn, the last one that we have to talk about that I didn't go through is Liverpool. Believe it or not.
No.
Liverpool.
I want to cry.
I think no. You got to be positive here. I think it's a solid window you guys have if you really look at it in the positive light. Harvey Elliott from the under 23 team, that's like a new signing. Ibrahima Konate, 40 million from Red Bull Salzburg, right? Look, this is where Liverpool won, I think, in the transfer window. If there's any wins for them to get, right? Harry Wilson to Fulham, 14 mil. Taiwo Owani to Hertha Berlin, 6 mil. Jordan Shaqiri to Lyon, 6 mil. Marco Grujic to Porto. He's on loan with a 1 million fee. Gini Wijnaldum, who Liverpool wanted to keep, but Wijnaldum had other thoughts and ideas. He wanted to move on. Now he ends up playing with Messi and Neymar. Ben Davies to Sheffield United on a loan. Ben Woodburn to Hearts on a loan. And Reece Williams to Swansea on loan. And who knows what'll appear tomorrow, because there's some late deals that don't get announced like right away. I have a question before we do move on. Jack, how does Liverpool manage to get so much money for players who we think are not worth this money? How do they do it?
It's good transfer strategy, mate. Michael Edwards, as he's been breaking the headlines the last couple of hours, but potentially him leaving the football club. But great management from the top, mate. We've spoken about Jordan Ibe, the Solankis as well, back in the day, that left Liverpool for ridiculous money, and they weren't warranted. And even Ryan Brewster as well, mate. He left Liverpool for 25 plus to Sheffield United, and he really didn't play a first team Premier League appearance. But it's great, mate, especially when, yes, ideally Liverpool want to be bringing in these players, but the fact that we're getting top dollar for certain players that haven't even, frankly, been playing in Liverpool's first team is quite staggering, really.
Yeah. How long are we going to allow Liverpool to continue to swindle teams out of their money for bang average players? How long?
It's great transfer. Whatever Liverpool are doing in terms of these negotiation tactics, it's great business sense. It wasn't always the case at Liverpool prior Klopp and everything, but long may it continue. But I think, as we'll discuss in a little second, mate, in the future, I think Liverpool will make big moves in terms of incomings. But,
well said. Look. This is where we're gonna end today's stream. Jersey boy, I know you're tired. It's 7:20 my time. I still have a long day.
1:20 in the bloody morning.
I know, man. Jack, man, I do appreciate you jumping on and sticking around for such a long time, bro.
No, thank you very much for having me on, Dom, and it was lovely meeting Jersey Boy and the rest of the panel as well. Well, thank you very much for
nice meeting you, Jack. I've seen you on Doug streams and stuff, so
yeah, I'll definitely get you on my channel as well, lads. But I'll definitely follow everyone in the stream and thank you for letting me come on, mate. I've fully enjoyed it.
Definitely, and you're open to hit me up once I'm available. I'll hop on your thing, and we'll talk, man. You know what I'm saying? So, everyone in the chat, I appreciate you guys sticking around. It's been fun. We've covered the entire Premier League in terms of transfers. Any leftovers will be covered next time I do my Premier League preview, of course. And I'm just gonna take a break and enjoy the international break. Sorry to use break twice there. But international break is going to be very busy for me. But I'm going to take maybe I'll take about a 25 to 30 minute break because I have more work to do. Maybe I go up and hang out with the wife a little. And you know what I'm saying? But it's been a marathon one, man. You see what I'm saying? And if anybody's watching the replay and you got this far, thank you as well. Jack, anything to say before you leave?
Yeah, just thank you for letting me come on, mate. Pleasure to speak to everyone in the chat and everyone on the panel. But it's exciting. I can't honestly, I'm just so happy the transfer window's shut, mate. I fully enjoyed tonight's show, but it's great that we've got Premier League football back for all of our teams, and it's going to be a monstrous season this year, isn't it?
Yeah, Jack, I you know what I admire about your knowledge of all 20 teams, and I've been looking for people who have the knowledge of all the teams, because with my preview, I've been bringing on someone every week to do the previews and everything. So hopefully in the future you will be available for one of these previews and the timing works out, man. You know what I mean?
Definitely, mate. I mean, I'm a massive Liverpool fan, but it's take a big interest in just football and in general, especially European football as well. But
same here, man. Same here. Look, I have not been a City fan for a very, very long time, but trust me, I bleed City. You see what I mean? That's my team. I don't listen, Jack. I'm telling you, people might look at me and say, "Oh, you know what I mean? You haven't been a City fan since like the 90s or whatnot." But I really don't know. It's like the club just. It's like I was chose. It just chose me, kinda. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing, and it was so organic. I didn't like go and research, and I'm like, yeah, this is the club. They're winning things. This is the club I'm gonna support.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't even like that, man. So
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's like football. It's and even doing YouTube, mate. I've had the pleasure of meeting you tonight and everyone in
Yeah.
chat, and it connects people. And we can just sit down, respect each other's. Everyone has different opinions, and that's rightly so. As long as everyone respects everyone's opinions, that's most importantly. But yeah,
definitely, Jersey boy. Don't think I'm not thankful that you stayed on as well, man. Big respects to you.
Don't worry.
Even though you were listening to Fabrizio, you know, and wasn't listening to what I was saying, it's all good, man. But I appreciate it.
I wasn't listening to most of I had it turned on. It was just when I heard.
No, I know you were just trying to get the exclusive information for us. Yeah.
But in all seriousness, like as you said, there's people. Anyone who thinks you're plastic is an idiot because I started supporting Liverpool at the beginning of the 18-19 season because I hated football. For years, I hated football because I got hit in the head with a football when I was younger, and I thought, I hate all ball games. I hate it, and the World Cup just made me fall in love with it, and I chose Liverpool because it's the club my dad's been supporting for over 30 years. So
Yeah.
and I fall in love with the sport. So it's not mean because you haven't been a supporter of a team for a long time that you're not a full supporter.
No, man, no. Yeah, I'm good, man. It's like I always tell people, you could meet your wife, you could meet your future wife 2 months, like 2 months ago, or you could have gone to high school with her. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really make a difference, man. So guys, thank you very much for tuning in again. Jack Mac, Jersey Boy, and your one and only Dominic Rich. Thanks for watching. Until next time, peace out. Rich
so.
Squad. Yeah.